Okay, is this thing working? Let's see. Okay. I wonder if there's a little bit of a delay. Okay, I think, okay, there is a little bit of a delay, but if you guys like want to do like the chat, so okay. So welcome. Thank you guys so much for who shows up. This is my first time doing a live show. Oh, hi guys. Thank you guys so much. Hi. How's everybody doing tonight? So awesome. So yeah, like I ate chocolate cake today for like the first time in forever. Like it's been like 5 years and it was homemade and I'm so excited. Yes, eating a late dinner is really good. Um, I really, I don't know, like having cake again. Yeah, first live show. It's just this like little bit delay is kind of like crazy. Yeah, so my favorite kind of like chocolate cake sort of thing is dark chocolate like with raspberries, and so we took like fresh raspberries and added it into the frosting, which was really, really delicious. And man, like I used to eat like the Godiva like chocolate bars like that had the raspberry like in them, and it's like, oh, man, like so good, just so good. And I'm just like ugh, cake for like the first time. So, but anyway, so like I don't know if you guys like are interested in doing like reading sprints, or you guys just want to hang out and chat. Like, you guys have a preference? Oh, I wish I miss Oreos like so much. The Oreos are so good. And chocolate cake is also really delicious. I Yeah, chocolate cake's always been like my it's always been my go-to. Um I don't know, just I love chocolate so much. I was never even a candy fan either. Okay, that's cool. Like if you guys like want to go come back, that's cool. I will probably be on here for as long as you guys want to hang out. Like I am all for that. If you guys like want to do like just chatty stuff or like, reading sprints, like we can do either or, like whatever you guys would be like, more comfortable with. Like I said, this is like my first like live show and I'm kind of just winging it because like I've never done this before. So we went on an adventure like this morning. I don't know if like I'm like really obsessed like with squishmallows. I love these things. And so like was watching TikTok last night and they have these like little squishmallows, but they're Halloween squishmallows, and like we went to Walgreens. Like we went to Walgreens, we went to a Walgreens, and then we went to another Walgreens, and realized the previous Walgreens had a better selection. And that was kind of like a little adventure like that we went on today. Hold on, let me get them. They're so cute. Hold on. So his name is Bart. He's a little bat. I like Halloween's like always like been my so like what was it like? Yeah, you can show me what I'm getting. I'm really curious, Eric. But this is Bart, and he's like a little bat. And then this is Katarina. They're so cute. And like, look at Marvin. This is Marvin. He's a little monster. I'm so these always help me like so much like with my anxiety. So I don't know, like they're just really squishy. I'm really excited. I'm gonna put those behind there. Okay, let's see. How do you, okay. How, Eric, like, how do you want to show me? Like, do you want me to send you a link for like the StreamYard, or do you want me like, or am I supposed to be like looking out for it on my phone? I'm not sure. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, let's see what I. You know me so well. Okay, I'm not sure. I don't know if you guys can see this. Oh, I don't know if you guys can see this. Hold on. It's like a little stitch thing. It's a stitch thing. It's a little stitch print, and he's reading a book. I love that. Oh my God. Thank you, Eric. That's so sweet. Okay. I had this thing on a charger. That's awesome. Thank you so much. You know me so well. Like stitch, stitch. It's all about the stitch. Yay. So, what are you guys reading right now? I actually just started King of Fools. So that's like what I'm currently like reading. I'm buddy reading like this currently like with April and Gabby. And I'm only a couple chapters in. Yes, I'm so excited. Thank you, Eric. Oh, also, I just finished Sword of Kagan last night. Also, that's another thing like I finished like last night. They say like that this is like Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah, it's okay. I wasn't sure if I was gonna start like King of Fools, April, but like I went ahead and I started it. I'm not sure how far I was gonna get because like, you know, birthday stuff today and I hung out with my family, but I wonder how Blood and Honey was, because like Blood and Honey, um, April, like one person said it was like pretty like what was okay, but like it suffered from second book syndrome, and so I'm like really curious about Blood and Honey. But I just finished this last night, like 1 o'clock in the morning. Like I usually wake up in the middle of the night and start reading. So this actually has like a world like Avatar: The Last Airbender as far as like magic system goes, but I feel like it's like when they compare it like to Avatar: The Last Airbender, like it actually stops there. So I actually did really enjoy this, but it wasn't quite like what I expected. Hi, Dragon. Welcome. Just hanging out, talking about books and stuff and about my day. But yeah, so I did enjoy this. Just don't expect like full out Avatar like with the Sword of Kagan, because it's not going to be full out Avatar. Thank you, Dragon. Yeah, April. It's really good, but like what I miss like between like the Sword of Kagan and like Avatar: The Last Airbender is I really miss the fact like that the friend group, like the really like tight knit friend group, and you do get a little bit of that, but like I don't feel like it's in the same way that Avatar: The Last Airbender is, and I feel like for like what the Sword of Kagan was, like it was really good, but like uh, I mean, like, I guess, like, I was a little bit disappointed because I was expecting more Avatar: The Last Airbender, so you can't expect, like, Avatar: The Last Airbender. You just have to, like, love it for what it is, because it was really good and it was, like, really fascinating, and, like, the way it was written was really well. So, I was actually thinking about doing, like, a full review for this, but I'm not sure. But, like, I kind of, like, wanted to talk about this, like, just a little bit, because I know, like, that this is kind of, like, a buzzworthy book right now, so I'm gonna put that back to the side. So, yeah, I wanted to go ahead and start like what was it? The falling in love montage, but I've been like slumping like really, really hard this month. This has like been like one of the worst like slump months of like for a while now. And it's like I just want to read books. And it's like when I'm not reading books, like I want to read books, but like when I try to sit down and read a book, it's hard. So yeah, also I started filling my time like with watching Studio Ghibli. Have you guys like been like watching anything good recently? Like, yeah. Reading slumps are so hard. I don't know like what it is like about I don't know like if it's just I think I know what caused it. So I read I do like a little bit of paranormal romance. And so like I read From Blood and Ash series by Jennifer L. Armentrout like a few months ago, and then the sequel came out from Flesh and Fire, I think it is. And I read that at the beginning of the month, and oh my god. Like I need more of that. And the third book's not supposed to be coming out until like 2021. And I'm really upset about that because I can't think of anything else. Yeah, 15 minutes a day sounds like a really good idea, Dragon. See, I don't know, like me, um, I don't get over my reading slump by just yeah, bad book hangover, big time. So like I haven't had anything hang me over like this much since I want to say Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson, and that was the final book that hung me over. Um, but my problem is I don't get over reading slumps by not reading anymore. I have to find another book like that invigorates me, and then like once I'm invigorated, I can keep going with it. But the problem is finding a book that I am so invigorated by, like that I just want to read everything after I'm done, and it's good enough to invigorate me, but not so good that I hang over from it. So it's kind of like a mixture, you know? Yeah, I'm on my bed, so like the screen's like shaking a little bit. Sorry. I know, like I try like to distance myself. Like I gave myself like a little bit of a break like the last few weekends. I'm gonna readjust this again. Um, from reading a little bit, and it was okay, but like I didn't get any reading done. So 4.5. Oh, yeah, like basically like a 4.5 read would probably get me like in the mood to read. I don't know. I struggle like so hard though with it. So I don't know. I try. Um, I I actually got like a few new books like that I'm hoping like to fit like in next month. I'm actually thinking about like not doing a TBR like next month. Maybe I'll just free read, and then I'll read like, I know like there's a couple books that I really like want to get done like next month. Like I'll put like maybe like 1 or 2 books, like it's my top books. Like Mexican Gothic. I had a big time 3-star month last month, Eric, and it was so hard. Like, because like it's not the fact that I didn't love what I was reading, but like it wasn't good enough to be a 3-star. I mean, anything more than a 3-star. I'll still watch your wrap up. But I got a few books like that I'm really excited about. I treated myself like a little bit for my birthday. I had pre-ordered this one. This is Hench. I had talked about like this like previously, like in one of my most anticipated, and this actually like takes like the superhero trope and kind of spins it on its head again. And I was really really excited about this one because it's like this girl, like she works for a company like that employs like her like as a kind of like a temp for like heroes, and she's put like into a situation like where the superhero like is really destructive, and pretty much she's like really badly hurt, but she's also the only one left alive, and she kind of realizes like that if it wasn't for the media, this would have been like a whole lot worse. So oh, um does anybody on here get Owl Crate? Yeah, I'm really excited about Hench, Eric. um so I actually did end up with Horrid, and I'm really excited about it. I don't like want to give like any spoilers, like though, like April, did you already open your Owl Crate? I'm just making sure. Also, I ended up getting the UK version of The Midnight Library by Matt Haig for my I actually just got this for my birthday. Yes, okay, let me go get the Horrid cover, because like the Owl Crate did an exclusive cover like this month for Horrid, and it's beautiful, and I love it so much more than the original because like it actually has like red flowers versus like the blue. Yes. Um, okay, so for those of you guys who have not seen the Horrid cover, this is so pretty. I love this so much. Like, and the little like note and everything. So this is kind of a funny story, but like on here it says there was a little girl who had a little curl right in the middle of her forehead, and when she was good she was very very good, and when she was bad she was horrid. And I kind of think it's funny because like my mom used to like, because I have curls and everything, I used to, when I was growing up, I was the little girl like with the curl like in the middle of their forehead. And so I kind of think it's really funny like that now I have a book like that is centers around like a little girl like with a curl like in the middle of her forehead, because like I had a temper on me. I had that Italian blood. So like when I get mad, like it takes a lot to get me mad, but like when I'm mad, like I'm the little girl with a curl in the middle of her forehead. So I'm really really excited. Sorry, like totally off topic. I completely steered off topic, but anyway, The Midnight Library is also like one of these like books like that I'm really really excited about. I'm kind of like wanting to get to it. I started kind of like a video series like on my channel for like I want to say like the, what was it, the author spotlight, and I kind of like want to do like one on Matt Haig next, or maybe like in some like where in between. And this is like really like all about like somebody's like life like in a library, and like and they're able to see like alternate versions of how their life could have gone based off of like the books like that are in them. Yeah. I've heard like a lot of like really good things about the Midnight Library, April. So I'm like, this is like another like one that I ended up I ended up ordering it because like I actually really like this better. Like this is a UK cover, and I like this a lot better like than the what do you call it? The US cover. So What books are you guys like wanting to read soon? Are there any books you guys are interested in reading soon? Okay. So while I'm like waiting on you guys, oh, Into the Drowning Deep. Dragon, do you like that so far? Yes, Eric. Like, I read Red Rising like a while back, and I really love that series, but I haven't continued on with it. Oh yeah, Give the Dark My Love was the one with the necromancers, I believe, if I remember right. Yeah. Um, but I really like want to continue on like with the Red Rising series, like the new trilogy. Um, but the third book's not out yet, and like I have such a hard time. Like I'm not very good when it comes to to suspense. So Song of Wraths and Ruin April, like that one sounds so good. Yeah. That's like another like one like though that's like the first in a series, you know, and I have like a really hard time like reading books like when the full series is not out. Like this like one like right here, I really want to get to this one soon. This is Tessa Gratton's new one. Because you know, like I read her other book. What was the name of it? Uh hold on. Let's see. Tessa Gratton. I gotta look this up like really quick because otherwise it's really gonna bother me. But it was really interesting. Gratton. Strange Grace by Tessa Gratton. And like it was really like I think that was like a release that she had like a couple years ago. And it's got like it's about a 200-year-old bargain that was struck between Grace the Witch and Devil of the Forest. And it had like I loved it because like it had a polyamorous relationship in it, and like it actually pulled off the polyamory like really 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 well, which you don't see a lot of books do. But that one was really incredible. So I really like want to get to like this like one like right here. And honestly, like I love that one. She also like wrote the, you know, like the King of Innis Lear, I believe, or the Queens of Innis Lear. Yes, Queens of Innis Lear. But yeah. So this is about like an orphan girl. She slips within the shadows of the court unseen except by her true friend Prince Kieran, heir to the throne. When Kieran is kidnapped, only nothing the prince's bodyguard suspects that Kieran may have been taken by the sorceress who eats girls, a powerful woman who has plagued the land for decades. The sorceress has never bothered with boys before, but nothing has uncovered many secrets in her years in the palace, including a few about the prince. As the Empress's army searches fruitlessly, nothing but the bodyguards set out on a rescue mission through demon-filled rainforests and past crossroads guaranteed by spirits. Their journey takes them in the fifth mountain, where the sorceress wields her power. There was nothing there, nothing will discover that all magic is a bargain, and she may be more powerful than she ever imagined. But the prince the sorceress demands for Kieran may well cost nothing her heart. So yeah, that's another like one I really hope to get to soon. I have like a lot of new releases I want to get to, like so I don't know like that I really like even want to do a TBR next month. So I kind of I'm thinking about like free reading for like for the rest of the year because I'm such a mood reader, and I've really been craving like more paranormal romance books, especially because like I need something to fill the void like while I'm waiting for like the next From Blood and Ash series by Jennifer L. Armentrout's book to come out. So yeah. This just came out. I'm not a huge fan of this cover. Like it's okay, but like the Strange Grace cover like is a lot prettier. It has like a tree and it's foil and it's got like red rose like petals like coming down. this like one in comparison like to that is like okay, but I'm really excited like for this one also, and I'm kind of like wanting like to get like to this one. I do believe that this is a standalone, so also like the new Palanini book, Palini book. Um, you know, like there was hold on. So this is like an independent publisher, and this is actually a Hades and Persephone retelling, and it is a paranormal romance. And it's actually a touch of darkness. This is the third book is not out yet, but I just discovered this one, and it's gotten really, really good reviews. And these covers, like these are the first two books, and these covers, and they actually have a third book that's told from the Hades character's perspective, but yeah, like I mean, I feel like this is like an exception to like that. Now, Tessa Gratton, um, he came out with these ones, and I don't really like these very much. Like they're okay, but they're not that pretty. Like they feel like a contemporary. Yeah, these ones sound so good. Like I haven't read like a lot of Hades and Persephone retellings, but I'm really curious. I'm hoping like this will fill like the From Blood and Ash void. I think like one of the reasons like why like I'm so obsessed with like From Blood and Ash is because like you know like villainy and stuff like falling like kind of like you know villain. I can't say too much like without giving spoilers, and it really kills me. So yeah, From Blood and Ash. Like if you guys like are at all like interested in like if you guys like A Court of Thorns and Roses, like then read From Blood and Ash because like it's got like the same kind of stuff. So but yeah, I love these covers. Not such a huge fan of those. Tessa Bailey, like she's supposed to like. I heard like that. These were pretty good though. So these are they actually have only have this as a duology like right now. I don't know if they're releasing a third book, but I know they're supposed to be releasing a third book for this sometime in 2021. Also, something I never thought I would do. I actually recently found like the selection series like on like for a really good deal, and I'm actually probably going to be reading the selection series, and I don't know what's come over me because like that's not a series I would normally pick up, but like so many people have been talking about it lately that I'm curious. Has anybody read that series like at all? Because like I'm just curious because I heard like the first few books are good, and then like it gets really bad after that, and I'm probably going to be like really like biased because I read like a lot of really good like romance books, and I'm very picky about my romance because like if it feels too cliche, I hate it. I hate and actually like as a rule of thumb, I don't like anything like if a story feels too cliche, I'm not a huge fan of it usually because it kind of bores me. Like I'm just too used to it. Yeah, I don't know like why I'm doing this to myself like with the selection series, but I guess we'll find out. Anyway, let's see. I'm trying to figure out like so oh, uh so lately I've been like watching a ton of Studio Ghibli films. I always mentioned like that like a little while ago. Oh, am I looking forward to anything in October? Um, Actually, there was a few things. I already started making my list. I have not filmed that video yet, but I'm planning on doing like that like probably next weekend because like I don't think like the new releases like actually start like until around that time. Let's see. Okay, I have my list and I have to locate it, but there are a few. I actually like go through like and I make a list of everything like that I'm really really interested in, and then I kind of like set it off to the side. Let's see. Well, Invisible Life of Addie LaRue is like I know like that's a really like popular like release like right now. Um, I was watching a video the other day, and was and I wish I could remember who was talking about it that's already read it. It's one of I think it's a bigger booktuber, but like they were saying like that it was all about Addie LaRue and how she kind of felt like she got older and she didn't like really do anything with her life. And I feel like that's super like relatable because I feel like out of the older like that you get, like if you haven't like been like super accomplished, like you kind of you start feeling like that way after a while. So definitely like the Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. Um, let's see. Once and Future Witches is also going to be coming out by Alex E. Harrow. That I don't know too much about that one, but I know Alex E. Harrow wrote The Doors of January, I believe is what it's called. I remember like I believe it was me, April, and Gabby read it last year. Was that it? I don't know. April, did we read that together? I can't remember. My memory is like awful sometimes, so I apologize. But I know like that that book's coming out and it's got a cover very similar. Yeah, I actually did order the Addie LaRue Owl Crate because like I need like a million copies of this book or something. Like I'm awful that way. But yeah, I did and I'm really excited for it because like I really this is like I just feel like this book is just going to be amazing. I the Doors of January like was yeah, it had its problems and everything, but overall like it was really good. Oh, Hollowpox, yes. I really want to read. I've only read the first Spork and Crow book, and I really enjoyed it. Like it took me like a little while to get into it, but like once I was in, like I was really hooked. I really, I really like need to continue on like with that series though. But once again, like the series is not complete, and I don't want to be in agony for like however long it takes them to finish it. There are reasons I have not started um, Name of the Wind. Yeah, I would be willing to read Buddy read Addie LaRue. Like I'm so excited for that one. I think that one's gonna be fantastic. Hollowpox, I would have to catch up, so but I'm definitely interested. Let's see. Uh all right, what else am I excited about that's coming out? Let's see. All right. Kingdom of the Wicked is coming out October 27th by Carrie Maniscalco. And I'm so excited for that one. I've already pre-ordered that one. That one is the first in a new series. She is the same one that wrote Stalking Jack the Ripper. And I am so excited for that one. I think it's going to be so good. Just so you guys like know, I think that they were running a pre-order bonus on it at like one of the websites. So I would Google that if I were you guys, because I do believe like that you get pre-order bonus for pre-ordering Addie LaRue. I'm sorry, not Addie LaRue, but Kingdom of the Wicked. And actually, Barnes and Noble's coming out with a white cover version of that one also. So, which I have not pre-ordered that one, but I'm seriously considering it. Not that I need, two copies of that book, but that one's like one that I'm really, really excited about. There's also like on October 29th, there's like one called Troy, The Siege of Troy, retold by Stephen Fry, and he's like a author like that does a ton of retellings like for Greek mythology. And so like he's actually doing a retelling of Troy, the Siege of Troy, which I think sounds really, really awesome also. So yeah, like I'm really excited about that one. Wow, like there's I love this time of year, but like I just get so overstimulated because there are so many good books coming out. It's like, where am I gonna pull the time out to read everything that I want to get to? Who I'm sorry, Dragon, who was a famous actor? Let's see. Oh, Stephen Fry was a famous actor? Really? Man, where have I been? Like, I had no idea that Stephen Fry was a famous actor. Then again, I really don't watch a ton of TV aside from like the fact that I've been watching a ton of Studio Ghibli lately. So I'm not really too shocked that I mean, I'm a little shocked that I don't know that, but why does that name sound so familiar? Like, I'm gonna have to look him up now. I'm gonna go to IMDb. I'm sure they'll tell me what he looks like. Forensic Files. They actually don't have a picture on IMDb, I don't think. Stephen Fry. So I'm gonna Google it because I really want to know. Oh, oh, okay. I now know who Stephen Fry is. What can I say that he played in? Because he's been like in a lot of like really popular British movies. Okay, I'll see you in a bit, Eric. I mean, I'll probably. I mean, there's a good chance I'm still gonna be here. Like, you guys are still hanging out, so let's see. Stephen Fry. I'm trying to remember like exactly like what he's been in, like though that I can like kind of because like wasn't he in V for Vendetta as like kind of like the older like talk show host? Yes, yes, V for Vendetta. I love V for Vendetta. That is such a good movie. Like what it stands for, everything. Did he really narrate? I didn't know he narrated the Harry Potter books too. Okay. See, I was I never personally like listened to a lot of the audiobooks for Harry Potter. Like, um, that was right. So, okay, so I actually, me and my parents do movie night like every Saturday night, and I have not seen any of the Hobbit films before last Saturday, and we are currently now watching the Hobbit films, and they're like almost 3 hours each, and they're so like they're just really like long, and it seems like it took forever like for us to get to this point, but like watching like these is actually like I've been inspired to retry the books again, even though like they're like a little bit long. I really like want to like try the books again, like in spite of the fact that I've never been a huge fan of Tolkien's writing style. I really like want to know more about Sauron, and I don't know like if there's books like that expand like on who Sauron is and like where he came from and everything. And, I'm just really kind of curious because, like, they call him the necromancer kind of like in The Hobbit. And I'm like, really? I never thought of him like that. Like, I knew he was dark, but like, I need to know more. Like, I really do. So, we watched the second Hobbit film tonight for my birthday because, like, I wanted to go ice skating so badly today. I really wanted to go ice skating. And I called the ice skating rink because it's like almost 2 hours away, and they're enforcing masks in the lobby, but they're not enforcing masks on the ice skating rink. And I get it. Like, you're on the ice skating rink and you're exerting yourself, but at the same time, you're on the ice skating rink and you're exerting yourself, which means you're breathing heavier, which means like that it's going out into the air. So rather than like drive like about 2 hours just to find out that I wasn't comfortable, like going there, we just kind of stayed home and kind of like relaxed for most of the day. So, so I read the first Lord of the Rings like years ago, the book Fellowship of the Ring, and it just felt so long. But that was back like when I wasn't reading a ton. So like I feel like now if I were to go back and read The Lord of the Rings, it probably would feel like it was going a lot quicker because it just felt like it took forever. So I do like want to go back and reread those. And now like I'm really really like kind of curious like about the whole world. Oh, the Similarion. I was looking at that one today. And I'm just like I really like want to read that open alpha. So Oh, yes. But like, oh man, J.R.R. Tolkien has written so many books. And it's like, does anybody like know if there's like a book like that expands like upon Sauron? Because like I just don't want him to be like this mystical figure. Like I want a villain origin story. I really do. I mean, I know he's like this mystical entity, but like I just kind of like want to know more about him. I think it would be like really interesting. So, um, let's see. We're planning on going back through like and watching The Last Hobbit tomorrow night. And I'm really really excited about like reading The Last Hobbit. Sorry, watching The Last Hobbit movie, but like it's like they took like one book and like made a 9-hour movie towards it, so I'm pretty sure like it's very detailed. Uh, yeah, the Silmarillion. When I was reading, so I read the synopsis for the Silmarillion, and it sounded like it was like a lot of fairy type background, and I didn't understand like a lot of the references it would make, so I'm probably gonna have to like research it like as I go. Open alpha, so yes. So Open Alpha said that it was very poetic and it's consciously written in archaic manner. And I guess like all I can do is like I'm sure I could probably can find some place to sample it and I'll see how I feel about it. And maybe I'll pick it up on audiobook because sometimes like I do better like with more technical stuff on audiobook. I actually just re-listen to the 48 Laws of Power by Robert Greene, and I cannot get through that one at all when it comes to like what do you call it? Physical copy. Like I'm actually like a lot better when I listen to that one on audiobook. So I don't know, maybe if you guys like have like watched a ton of Studio Ghibli films, but I started watching Pom Poko, and that was like one of the very first Studio Ghibli films like that Hayao Miyazaki has developed and directed. And I have to say, like, I probably like I like the background for it because it's like all about like nature versus like the development like of technology, like and how like technology is kind of like and technology and progress are kind of like exterminating forests, and the main characters are raccoons that can shapeshift, and it's a little awkward, and I respect like the idea behind it, but like I don't know, it's okay, it's an okay thing. So probably like one of my least favorite Hayao Miyazaki films so far. um would you guys like believe like that I still haven't watched Kiki's Delivery Service all the way through? I've watched most of it and I still haven't sat down to watch all of it. And it's like one of the most popular Studio Ghibli films. So I really need to get to that one soon. But I'm trying like to go through like and watch like most of the Studio Ghibli films like in between everything. Yeah, I really like the cat. I love cats. So Kiki's cat, he's just so cute. He's so cute. Nausicaa, I feel like I don't know, Nausicaa is like a very slow burn dragon. Like it's a very, very slow burn. And I have the they have like graphic novels like that are like thick, like there's two of them. And I really like want to sit down and read that, but I think it's gonna take me like a long like I think it's gonna be like another like slow burn because Nausicaa of the Valley was like it was a very slow burn. I enjoyed it though. Like it was really I mean it was good. I think I mean, obviously, Howl's Moving Castle like is amazing and very superior like to a lot of other Studio Ghibli films. I mean, you have Billy Crystal who plays Calcifer narrating like, you know, Calcifer's voice, and you have Christian Bale doing Howl. So, I mean, obviously like that was like really good. The one I grew up like with though is My Neighbor Totoro, and I love Totoro. Like and it's so awesome because like I don't know if you like I recently saw something like that and I remember it. I can't remember like which Toy Story, but Totoro actually appeared in one of the Toy Story films, which I thought was really awesome. I was trying to remember like which one it was. I can't remember like if it was the second or third one. I think it might be the third one. I really enjoyed Spirited Away. I actually watched like that one for the first time like a couple years ago, and I love it how like it encaptured like what love means. I think love like I think like I think it was like such an important like message. And then Whisper of the Heart, I just recently also watched. I loved Whisper of the Heart too because like so there's a cat that they reference in Whisper of the Heart, and I had just recently watched like the day before like the cat comes back, and the cat that they put in Whisper of the Heart is one of the main character cats in The Cat Comes Back. And I was like so excited, like, and it's just kind of expanded like the Studio Ghibli like universe for me. So yeah, so the fact that Spirited Away April like had parents that turned into pigs, that was pretty freaky. That really kind of creeped me out like big time. Uh uh Still like though, like this is kind of like one of the creepiest movies I've ever watched like as a kid. And this is like kind of like a crazy thing. Ernest Scared Stupid like really freaked me out as a kid. Did you guys ever have like that Halloween like movie like that was kind of like weird and crazy, but like it just really freaks you out because like there's just some films like that, you know, like you're kind of like, why am I freaked out by this? But you realize like that it's actually really scary. So like you're completely like valid like in feeling that way, but like why are they showing like this to kids? I don't know. I don't know if you guys have that movie. Mononoke is really good too. Like I really enjoyed that one. I need to rewatch that one because it yeah. Oh, it was terrifying though. So fun story. I was listening to Willy Wonka. Yeah, Willy Wonka was pretty scary too because like you had kids turning into giant blueberries and it was just that was kind of freaky. Um but fun story about it. A few years ago, I was listening to it in my car because I had like a really like long commute. Like it was taking me an hour or so like to get from work to home. And I was listening to it and it was coming out like of the book in the narrative like that I was listening to on audio, and I was driving past the Walmart and there was this red balloon that was floating off like in the distance, and I was so freaked out by it. I, I had to turn off it. Like I've never been so freaked out. Like, and I don't spook easy. Like it is terrifying. The Balrog. I'm trying to remember like Dragon, like what the Balrog was, because I've seen The Last Unicorn, but it's been so long since I've watched that movie. Yeah, it was really yeah, April like it was so terrifying. Like I still am haunted like by that. Like the fact that there was just a lone balloon floating like out in the middle of like the air. It was pretty it was really scary. The lava monster, yeah. Oh man, I need to rewatch that. It's been so long since I've seen The Last Unicorn, but I enjoyed that movie like when I watched it. I really liked it. So, speaking of like movies and stuff, like I don't know if you guys are like have like watched anything by M. Night Shyamalan, like the Unbreakable movie, like that was who was it? Well, what was it? The Unbreakable movie. I'm trying to think of like the main actor because like I'm terrible. Apparently, like my brain's like not wanting to work tonight. Um, Bruce Willis played the main character in that, and it was like a superhero movie. And I love I love that movie. I don't know if you guys have seen that trilogy or not, but it was really good. And I've been thinking like a lot. I've been like in the mood like a superhero mood like lately because like The Boys just recently came out on Amazon, and if you guys have not checked that out, is amazing. Yeah, so Glass was actually like so in the trilogy you had On the M. Night Shyamalan trilogy for Unbreakable, you had Split, and then you also had Glass, which was the last one, Dragon. And I recently watched that one, which actually makes a lot of references to Split, which is the second one. And I feel like you have to have watched the previous two in order to watch that. So Glass was like really good, like, and it really expanded like on everything like that was kind of like happening like in the first two. Split like was almost like a horror film, I kind of feel like. And but it was like, oh god, like the it really like was mind expanding too, because you kind of like got this whole thing like where it was like, was he really a superhero, or was it like all in his head? And the whole psychology like behind it was just amazing. And like James, yes, April, like James McAvoy, like he put on such a performance. It was so good. I really loved it. I've been thinking like a lot about those movies like lately too, because I've been kind of like on a superhero like thing. I'm kind of like in the mood for superheroes, so I might actually pick up Renegades like next month, like by Marissa Meyer, because I think like that I think I'm just like there for that. So I'm hoping like that maybe I'll still be in the mood for it like by next month. But there's a lot of things I want to get to also. So um I but Glass like was, I don't know, Glass like kind of like really like put like everything like the first two movies like into a neat like little package, but you definitely have had to have watched the first two movies like in order like to watch Glass. And I love the fact that we got to see Bruce Willis's character again, and we got to see James McAvoy's character again. Yeah. Renegades, like, I heard like the second book's okay. Like, I think it suffers from second book syndrome dragon for Renegades, but I heard the last book was pretty good. So I'm hoping like that, like, I haven't, I don't know, like, I feel like I'm running out of superhero books like that I'm actually interested in reading, because I read Brandon Sanderson's Steelheart trilogy a few years ago, and I really liked that one. That like Renegades, it's the Reckoner series by Brandon Sanderson, and I know like that one got kind of like a lot of mixed reviews because the main character like has this really corny humor, and that didn't, like, a lot of people didn't really like that very much. The Lunar Chronicles April was so good. Like, did you hear that they were making a cartoon? I heard that they were making a cartoon for the Lunar Chronicles, and I'm really curious about that one, because like I hope they stick to the books pretty closely, because I feel like that they need to do the books justice. So I'm really hoping like that we get something like really good from that. But the Steelheart trilogy by Brandon Sanderson um, is a superhero type trilogy, and I, aside from the humor, like it was actually like really interesting, and like the third book like really delivered, which was called Calamity. So I really love, like, that trilogy was so good, and I don't know, like I personally didn't mind the humor so much, but I know like a lot of people like were not feeling it, you know? Yeah, April, like I really hope that they do have like the animated adaptation for that, because I want to relive it like, but like, but by watching it. And I read, there was a comic book that came after the Lunar Chronicles that followed the Cinder's like kind of like sidekick robot, like, who was really like awesome, but I wasn't a huge fan of the graphic novel series like that came after that. I think they released two series for that, and I was not a huge fan. So what are so I've always been like a huge fan of like vampires and stuff too, and I heard that they were also going to be coming out with a live action series for the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice. And I am so excited for that, because like those books are so good. Like I love the original movie. And the original, like with the original movie, like with Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt. I've never been a huge Tom Cruise fan like overall as far as acting goes, but he nailed Lestat. Um, so like those are actually like, that's actually like a really awesome book series. Like I feel like Anne Rice, like, though, is a lot like Stephen King, like, in her writing style. She's very, like, long-winded and very descriptive, so you have to be very, very patient, like, with it, like, when picking up, like, any of her books. And one of her most recent Lestat books, because she started going back to the series again, I tried to pick that one up, and she is so long-winded. And it was, like, one chapter was, like, almost 70 pages long, and they were just sitting at a table talking. It was just too much. So I feel like my reading preferences have changed as far as Anne Rice goes, but like I'm still very excited like for the stories, because some of her later books, like in her Vampire Chronicles, like were really good. Like Mimnock the Devil and Tale of the Body Thief, like were two of like the best books in the Vampire Chronicles series. So I really, really love those. Um, I would almost recommend, April, like if you're going to pick up the Vampire Chronicles, maybe you should try like the audiobooks. I haven't dealt with the audiobooks, but like being the fact that she is so long-winded, you might actually have an easier time getting through those rather than the books. I'm not sure like how you do like with long-winded authors, but I feel like if I was ever to go back through and read those books again, I'd probably do the audiobooks. The vampire the what was it? The Queen of the Damned, the movie was nothing like the actual books like themselves. Like, because so Queen of the Damned was told from multiple vampires' perspectives. And the movie was like this giant music video, which I liked the music. Like it had Deftones. It was like a rock and roll, like heavy metal style, like movie back like when it was made. But it did not do the book justice for Queen of the Damned. Um, and I remember like watching it and being like, oh, the music's like really good, but like they totally messed up the storyline. Like, and you like learn the origins of like the vampires, like in Queen of the Damned, and you really don't get very much of that in the movie. It's like all about Lestat, and everybody loves Lestat. Like Lestat's like, fun fact, Lestat's actually modeled after Anne Rice's late husband, and she stopped writing the Vampire Chronicles after he died because she could not handle being reminded that much of her husband, because Lestat was so much like her husband. And then several years later, she's now back at writing the Vampire Chronicles again. And I actually like, I love the original ones, and I have no interest in the new ones. Yeah. So April, like Queen of the Damned, like was good because as a music video, like an extended music video, but like it did nothing for the storyline. And like they messed up so much. Like Armand was not, I'm sorry, but like no, it was Lestat. Lestat was not made by Marius. That's a whole other book. Like they actually have, as far as like order of books, they had the interview with the vampire. They had the vampire Lestat, which tells you like pretty much all the origins of Lestat and like where he's from and who made him, which was not Marius. I was completely wrong. And then they have Queen of the Damned leading up to that. And you don't know anything like about like where Lestat like left off, because the last thing you know is like what happened in Interview with a Vampire if you've only watched the movies. But then you have what was it? Like Lestat's whole story, and then you have this huge gap, like, and then like they skip that story because it's so long-winded, it's so detailed, and went directly to Queen of the Damned. And it's like people like who have not read the books, I can completely understand, like would be so lost with that. It's ridiculous. So yeah, like it's just, like I said, I do recommend like the Vampire Chronicles by Anne Rice, but like I think you should probably like if long-winded authors like get to you, definitely do the audiobook. So welcome back, Dragon. We're just hanging out talking about the Vampire Chronicles a little bit. I love vampires. Like that's actually like where like my love of vampires like came from. And I still like reflect upon the Vampire Chronicles very fondly. So I love, oh my God, like Mimnock the Devil was such a good Anne Rice book. It was actually a lot more fast paced than the previous books. I think the hardest books to get through in the Vampire Chronicles series like were the first 3 books. After that, like it got like a lot smoother. I really loved Buffy too, Dragon. So I saw a clip like on TikTok today that made me like, I never finished Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like I never got like to the later seasons, like when her and Spike were together. But I saw like this like romantic scene like between like her and Spike like on TikTok earlier. And he was on his knees and he's all like, oh, like, I don't care if you love me or anything else like that. I just want to know, like, you're the only thing I've been sure about like these last several hundred years. And I'm just like, okay, this is more paranormal romance, so I might have to dig into this. I definitely. But I don't know, like, so Buffy got kind of campy like after a while, and I started like rewatching it again, but I feel the same like way about like the first few seasons like that I felt about the 2005 Doctor Who, and they're just, it's because it was 2005 and it's just super corny. So I watched the Vampire Diaries. That's another series. I have like this bad history of like starting series and just like TV series and just not finishing them. And the Vampire Diaries was one of them, because like I watched up until, like, I'm not going to say like much more like than like, the fact like that we all know like that from the news and stuff like that, that Elena, like the actress like that did Elena, like was not on the series anymore. And that's where I stopped watching it. But I watched pretty far into it, and I love it's like this angsty like teenage like like thing, and it's like I could not take my eyes off of it. Like it was just like one of those things like that I was just spoon feeding myself for like ever, and it was just amazing. It was so good. Okay, I will have to go back to it because I remember pretty much most of it, and Damon Salvatore, like why she was ever interested in anybody else like is completely beyond me. Okay, well, I'll definitely have to like dig into that then, because I'm really kind of curious. I haven't read any of the Vampire Diaries books, so I'm not like really sure if I would be interested in those either. So I don't know. I'm just a huge vampire stan, and like if it's a vampire book, like I'm really interested in it. Oh, speaking of, I recently did like my wrap up video, but Jennifer L. Armentrout actually, she's an author like I've been kind of obsessing like about like recently, because like of the paranormal romance kind of thing aspect of it. But she actually wrote a romance with gargoyles, and the she has like a newer series like that she came out with. It's called of Rage and Ruin. It's the Harbinger series, and like that one's not finished yet. But the fact that there was gargoyles like was just kind of like a weird thing, because like you don't typically see gargoyles. I read Dragon. I've read all the Sookie Stackhouse books, which is the Southern Vampire Chronicles. And for you guys like that are not familiar like with Sookie Stackhouse, she actually like Sookie Stackhouse is also True Blood. It's like based like on the same thing. And I've actually watched all of True Blood, and I have actually gone through and watched and read all of the books. And I was not okay with the endings on either one of those. But I think by far and above, like the ending like to the True Blood TV series was so much worse. And I am still ranting about it. It's been 4 years and I'm still ranting about it. If that tells you anything about how I feel about the ending of that. I was so upset. I could not have been more upset with anything in I don't think any TV series has been that bad for me. I feel like they completely just obliterated and like wrecked it. Dragon, it's good thing that you did not watch the last episode, because I feel like you'll probably be just as mad about it as I was. Like I didn't mind that they branched off and did something different with True Blood than what they had in the books. Like it was fine because like it was interesting. But that ending, oh, it was it was awful. It was so bad. Yeah, so like I felt like the Sookie Stackhouse books got really repetitive, like maybe like after like the first 6 or 7 books. And it was okay like after that, like I was still kind of interested. But like the ending just felt like she was so sick and tired of writing it that she rushed it. And the books were never super like well written. Like there was grammatical mistakes throughout them. Like it kept distracting like a little bit, but it was never enough like to really like make me angry about it. But I was so mad like at both of the endings of both the series and the TV show. I was just really mad about it. Like this is what being a reader is like. Like you get really upset and it lasts, like it resonates with you and it like lasts years. Like this has done real damage and I'm just not okay. Like there's just some things like if something ends badly, like you just never become okay with it after a while as a reader. Like it's just so hard. Man. You guys got me started on the True Blood train. And I gotta say, like, I'm like reliving it again. And it's just, this is, like I said, reader life, just totally like reader life. And this is what happens, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, 45 minutes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Cause like I probably could sit here and continue to rant about the Sookie Stackhouse series like for a while. So yeah, like the well after like so Dragon, like with the first what was it, like the first like two, I want to say you had, so I liked what they did like in the series. And like the very first book in the first series like were like, you know, pretty much like exactly the same. But when you got like into like this, you know, like the after like the first season and the first book, it got like really like that's like when they started to branch out. And I was okay with that. But like, you know, I didn't care. Like, as long, my thing is, I don't care, like, if you have two different plots for a book to movie adaptation or a book to series, TV series adaptation. I don't care if there's two different plots. But if you do not do justice to the characters, like, if you do not make the characters like who they're supposed to be, like, if this is not something like those characters would do in either setting, that's when I get mad. That's like what upsets me. You having different storylines means that I can live with this character like in two different alternate time plots and have more memories and more experiences with this character. But when you mess up the character and who they are and you think to yourself, this character would never have done this in the book, that's what makes me upset. So Dexter, Dexter the TV series, like here's another like one, Dexter the TV series. That's a book series also, and I have not finished that book series, but I really really want to because like it was hilarious. Like the books were so good. The first book and the first TV series for the Dexter were almost exactly alike. Then they started to branch out like in the second book, from the second book in the second season, but it was almost completely like the same. And actually like my favorite serial killer of all time like was in that book. So Dexter takes place in Miami, Florida. And Miami, Florida is this they have like in the state of Florida you have these pro-life license plates. And the serial killer drove a white van that had a pro-life license plate. It was hysterical because like the serial killer in the second book never actually killed anyone. He turned his victims into human pillows, and you never saw that in the second season. So Dragon, like the series for Dexter is called Dexter, like in both the book and the TV series. They're both called Dexter, and it's by Jeff Lindsay. And the Jeff Lindsay actually has done some like really like creative stuff like with the serial killers. But he made Dexter so careless in the TV series. Like they made Dexter so careless like in the TV series. Like there's things Dexter did in the TV series that he would never have done in the book. He never would have taken those same risks. In the books, in the Dexter books, he actually kills and buries his victims and disposes of them the same way the serial killer kills and buries their victims, which means that he has actually like no consistent pattern for the police to track. that means like that it's really hard for them to catch him. In the TV series, he was burying everybody in the middle of a lake or like the ocean or something, like with trash bags. And that was so careless. The Dexter in the book would never have done that. He would never have done that. And that's like what honestly like really upset me about the whole thing, because like they did not do justice to the character. They made the character out to be somebody that he never would have been in the book. And that's like the whole thing. Like, I don't care like if they branch out for the storyline, but when you start like disrespecting who the character is supposed to be, so yeah, it is an easy out, but like it just mm, mm, it just bothers me so much. Like I can't handle it. So I actually read about, so the third book in the Dexter series actually talks about his like who he was, like his dark passenger, because he refers to his dark passenger like the person who kind of tells him to kill and murder and stuff. He actually talks about that quite a bit, like in the series. And in the third book, in the Dexter books by Jeff Lindsay, like they actually do talk about his dark passenger, and they explore it, and like there's like, you know, like a cult kind of thing. And then like the fourth book was really really cool, because like they actually use a serial killer that like what that killed for art, and like was using like actual killing and filmed it all. Like it was just the concepts and stuff like that Jeff Lindsay came out like with for the serial killers was, they were so creative, and it's stuff like that I never would have thought about. And I feel like those books are so underrated. Like and I really like want to sit down and really finish like that series, because I used to read a ton of like this like kind of like crime like dramas and stuff, and those like were like one of my first like introductions like to that kind of crime drama, but it was so good. And like I don't know like if they'll hold up now, so I'm kind of like, you know, because like when I read those, it was about 7 or 8 years ago, but I still really liked it. I actually haven't read a ton of Criminal Minds, Dragon. I don't know, like I'm not a huge fan of the crime shows, but like see, for me, like I actually have a harder time like feeling like more involved like in TV series like than I do in books, because books like I feel like have a lot more time to explain things like from a first person perspective. So yeah. Um maybe I'll try it, because like I'm not like I'm not opposed like to giving anything like a try as far as like, you know, like books or TV series or anything like that, but um I just and I'm just like super picky, because like I always feel like I have stuff that I want to do. So I really respect like the detail like they put in books, and like a lot of times like you don't get that same kind of detail from books that you do from, you know, I'm sorry, you don't get like that same kind of detail from TV shows like than you get from books, because like books have more time like to really dig into something. And I feel like part of the art form like of a movie is like make sure that they capture all of that, like, you know, through a visual perspective. And I feel like that's like where like a lot of movies fall short, because they don't always know how to capture and convey like the same kinds of messages like that they do in books. So so moving on like to like, I don't know. So another thing like that this brings to mind though. Okay, so I'll check out Criminal Minds. Is that on any of the streaming services? Because like I'm just kind of curious. Like maybe I can. I've heard of Mine Hunters. Mine Hunters, I believe, like is actually there was a book called Mine Hunters, and he actually like was a real life profiler for the FBI. And okay, I do have Amazon Prime, Dragon. So I'll have to look into Mine Hunters, because like I believe the book for Mine Hunters like was talking about like the process of profiling. So I'm kind of curious like about that. But one adaptation like that I really liked, as far as like I haven't read all of the Witcher series, that came out on the TV series came out on Netflix, and it's a Netflix exclusive. I watched the so the first book, like in the Witcher series, is a short story collection. And what they don't tell you, and like it's very kind of confusing because you can't, like, I don't get like a lot of visual from it, which is like why like I kind of struggled like with The Witcher. The Witcher like is the Witcher books, like I watched it, and I felt like it made more sense because like in some areas like there was a character like that was, you know, had dark hair, and then other areas like you knew it was later on in the storyline because he had gray hair. And so the little details actually like really helped. In the book, these short stories like are not in chronological order, which is something they never like tell you, which I wish they kind of told me like in the beginning, because I feel like I would have been looking out for that. So I really thought like actually like this is like one of the instances like where I thought that the TV series actually did a better job at conveying like the book over the book itself. So I definitely like the Witcher series, like I felt like made the first short story book make sense to me. Yes. So Mindhunters, that sounds like it'd be like right up my alley because I do like I've always been very fascinated like with serial killers. And like they're actually like at one point, like when I was younger, I actually wanted to do profiling for the FBI because I just thought it would be like right up my alley because I was just so interested in it. So April, yeah, so like just keep in mind like when you like read like the first short story collection, it's not in chronological order. And I don't know, like I don't know, like I just found it like a little bit confusing. Personally, like I found like the Witcher book kind of confusing. Like I'm still gonna continue on like with the series, but because I heard the later books like are much better. Um so there is this, if you guys like are interested like in serial killers or anything else like that, there is this book. It's called The Iceman. I can't remember the name of the author. I'll have to look it up and get back to you guys like later on it. But there's actually a serial killer called the Iceman, and he was actually a Polish man um who was a major hitman for like the major crime families like in the tri-state area, like New Jersey, New York, and Michigan, I think. And he did like a lot of like hitting. And there's actually like a series, I think you can find it on YouTube actually, that is from his perspective. And he talks about murdering like he's tying his shoes. But the reason like why they called him the Iceman is because if you put a body on ice, which he often did, it'll actually throw off the time of death, which I thought was really interesting. Um, I read that was one of the first true crime books like that I read for the Iceman, and his name is Richard Kuklinski. I believe that's what his name was. And he was actually sentenced to death, but he was like one of the most notorious like hitman for the a lot of the major crime families. But he was never allowed to be made because he was Polish and not Italian. And in order to be a made man, yeah. So Richard Kuklinski is a real guy, and in order to be a made man, you have to be Italian. So they just called him the Polak. But like, I mean, it really like detailed like his story. And actually, towards the end of his life, this book was based on interviews, and they actually filmed some of the interviews. And I do believe like that if you look up the Iceman on YouTube, you'll be able to find the Iceman on there, and like they do like real life interviews, which I thought were just really, really, really fascinating. So there was another, since like we're on like the topic of serial killers, um I'm trying to remember. Zac Efron recently played Ted Bundy in in a Netflix show, and it had Lily Collins as being his like fiance. And it was a really like long title, so I'm going to look it up like really quick. But I actually really highly recommend that one also. Like if you guys are looking for like, you know, like more serial killer, like true crime type dramas. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so this is the title for this movie. It's called Extremely Wicked, Shockingly Evil, and Vile. And it has Zac Efron in it. He played Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was like that serial killer that was like really like charismatic, and like everybody's just like, oh no, there's no way he can be a serial killer. And what I really liked about like that was like you never saw any of the murders. You never saw like any like of the like graphic like depictions. Like they kind of like did like some pictures of them, like they kind of like alluded to them. But what they did was like they kind of framed Zac Efron did this like spectacularly, and they kind of framed it like as far as like um Zac Efron like from the media perspective. So like they looked at Zac Efron and like so like what you thought the media would see him as, like what you thought the fiance would see him as, that's how they kind of framed him in this movie. And I actually had to start asking myself like while I was watching this movie, did this guy actually kill all of these women? Because like he seems really like friendly and really charismatic. And like I don't know, like the way that they framed him like was so perfect. And actually like Zac Efron like went through and watched a lot of the old public displays that Ted Bundy had done like for the media, like trying to prove his innocence, and reframe those, and like he replicated those so perfectly. It was such a good Zac Efron movie. Zac Efron was so flawless in it, like, and it was just so well captured. I think the dragon, like that 9/22/63. I was that a Stephen was that the Stephen King. Um, I think that was the Stephen King like one with what's his name? I know I feel like that was a Stephen King book at one point. Yeah, and it had James Franco in it, and yes, James Franco, and actually my stepdad watched that one, and he really liked that one. I I actually like I there's some Stephen King like I really like want to get to Mr. Mercedes. I have been hearing like that's a trilogy like I have heard nothing but amazing things about, and I really like want to get to Mr. Mercedes because I think like that one would be like so good. Um, and then I really like, but I also like really like want to get to his son wrote Nosferatu, which is like kind of like a license plate. So that one they actually did an AMC story like series for, and I kind of like really like want to get to that one too because it's like a Christmas town, but like a demented Christmas town. So I really like kind of like want to get to that one too. I think that one would be so good. Yeah. So I don't know, like there's just like not enough of time in the day like to get to all of this stuff. But I'm actually thinking about like listening to Nosferatu on I'm not really sure like if there's gonna be any book adaptations this fall. I'm trying to remember like if I think with all the COVID stuff like that's going on like right now, I feel like everything has been pushed back. Like if it wasn't already filmed, it's been pushed back. Although I follow Ryan Reynolds because Ryan Reynolds has done like so much like during like all of this time. Like he's donated like so much money like to so many like different things like Black Lives Matter. He's donated to like the COVID research and everything else. So like I really have like a lot of respect for Ryan Reynolds. Like he's done a lot like during this time. And he actually like I follow him on Instagram, and he was actually showing like that he's on the set, and they're doing consistent like COVID testing like for him like pretty much every day. So I don't know, like I don't know like what's going on like this fall, as far as like book to movie adaptations, because I feel like a lot of things got put on hold because of the whole COVID situation, which is kind of unfortunate because there's like so many like things like that, you know, like you're waiting for like that are coming out, and it's like, you know, you thought they were going to be coming out like this year and they are not coming out this year. Like I was like really looking forward to Black Widow, but they're not releasing like that for who knows how long. Wonder Woman like was one of my biggest movie releases for this year, and it's like that's kind of got pushed off to the wayside. And there's actually some theaters like that are now open up, like that are now opened up. And we have like one locally like that's opened up, and like they're showing a few new movies because like there was some like that were already set to come out, but a lot of people like Hollywood's like pushed back a lot of these like releases in order to like make money off them later. And it's like I get it, but like I also like really want to see this movie, and it's like it's you know yeah, I won't. Yeah, Dragon, I will not go either, like to the movie theater, like right now. Um, it's just, I mean, I don't feel safe. Like, I mean, I already go to work. Like, I go to work like in a face mask and a face shield, and I don't take it off until I'm out in my car. So like, I am very like very very careful. I also like like use like Dawn just soap like on a paper towel, and I scrub my hands like when I get out to the car before I eat anything like in my lunch. So like I am super paranoid like right now. Like I would not feel comfortable doing any of that. Yeah, hence like the reason like why I didn't go ice skating today, even though I really really wanted to. Speaking of like rewatching Yuri on Ice again, if you have not seen, I know April's seen like that Dragon, like Yuri on Ice is amazing. Like it is. I think Amazon Prime like has it for streaming for like $15, but like Yuri on Ice is so amazing. Like, and I'm anxiously like waiting for like like the sequel to come out. So I'm just like I got Yuri on Ice playing cards. Amazon had Yuri on Ice playing cards, and I'm like, okay, like I need to use like these in some of my Instagram photos. Yeah, a Barnes and Noble Dragon, like they redid like their whole layout, and like they made it like they boxed it like more. I remember like I went like a few months ago, and they boxed it like more so you're able like to distance yourself better, which I think was a really good move on their part. Yeah, like they were only like I think like $10, which is kind of expensive for playing cards, but like it's Yuri on Ice, so I'll take what I can get because like Yuri on Ice memorabilia is so hard to find. I don't know, like I really really liked the distancing like that they were able to do for like that. And actually like they look like they made their YA section like so much bigger, which I was really excited about because like before like it's before yeah, it was pretty empty. I haven't been like to a bookstore like in a long time. The last like when we went to a used bookstore like so that I could trade in like a bunch of books. And I ended up getting like um the what was it? Yeah, they are like Barnes and Noble's definitely like living online sales like right now. Um, Mainly because like I mean nobody wants to go anywhere right now, and like there are like so if you like look at the internet, like there's still like a lot of people like that are like, oh, make sure like the masks go away, like the masks aren't helping, and blah blah blah, and this and that. But I feel like there's a lot less people, like I feel like those people like are like the minority, and they're like just a lot more vocal, so you think there's more of them. Because like I know like being the fact that I live in Florida, like it is there's so many people like that are super anti-mask, and I mean that's fine, that's your prerogative, but like I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'd rather protect as people like as much as I can. Like I'd rather be like that person like that tried to protect people like than be like that person like that didn't try, and then like like maybe I'm asymptomatic, and I mean you never know because like unless like, you're getting tested like 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 twice a day, like every day, like you really don't know. So Florida, we just went up to level 3 here in Florida for reopening, and our numbers are still going up, and our governor is following everything the president's doing, so like he's not like enforcing like the masks. And it's just I'm just I'm kind of like over it, but I mean there's nothing you can do about it, like I mean I mean, like we are, I believe, a red state, and so a lot of people are okay with the fact that they're not being enforced here. Yeah. Um, so actually, like, I want to say, like, it was a couple of weeks ago, we actually had a protest, not too, like, like a little ways away from me, where you had Black Lives Matter people and protesters for, like, that were, like that were like wearing masks, like the like Black Lives Matter people, like on one side of the street, and then you had Trump supporters on the other side of the street, and they were both shouting at each other. So you had like the Black Lives Matter movement, like with people like like that were on like one side, and I found out about it like after the fact, and they had pictures and everything, but like they were shouting Black Lives Matter, and the Trump supporters were shouting All Lives Matter, and it was like this huge thing. And I guess like it was orderly for like what it was, but like I actually would have wanted to see that, like, but it was so crazy, like, that they had like that kind of like thing on both sides of the road, like, and you had like, and it was like they're two opposing sides, and it's like, what are, like, why? But yeah, so like that's just an example of like how much of a red state Florida is. Red state, that I think I'm saying like that right. Trump supporters are red. I think that's what it is. So I don't know, it was just so crazy. But like I feel like everybody, like this year has been so rough for like for everybody. I feel like it's driving like I feel like everybody's like at their maximum like right now, and things like that. Like I mean, like like these things like should have been. Well, that's good. I'm glad like that Texas is finally getting this under control. Um, yeah, April, you are so lucky that you're in a blue state, because like our numbers just keep going up, and we're just like, oh, masks, whatever. Who cares about masks? So it's so crazy like here. And like and there's stuff like that, like a lot of like the stuff like that we are discussing like this year definitely should have like been like more of a prominent like focus, um like like earlier on. But like I feel like at the same tone, like that things like like that there's like people like are at like their mental health like wits end, and like, and so like things like that may necessarily like not have been vocal about before, they're getting like more vocal about, because like they're just under so much external pressure from like everything else. Yeah, Dragon, I can definitely see Christmas spiking it, because like if families coming in and people are visiting from out of state, we're gonna see it. And a lot of people, like I heard, like are moving, because California is still like is really like shut down. And I heard like a lot of people like are still like, like super shut down like over like there, and they're moving from the West Coast to the East Coast because we're still fairly open. So, and like I mean I have not been keeping track of like where California's numbers are at for COVID, but like I wonder like how they're doing like out there. But I know like they're still like really shut down out there, so I kind of just wonder. Yeah, well, they're saying like that the spike, I know like last year like the spike, like they were talking about like had to do. Oh, 99.9% of the infections in Texas are from the resistant strain. Oh, that's not good. Well, I'm glad the curve's starting to flatten, because at this point, like all we can do is just try to buy ourselves as much time as we possibly can, like so that we yeah, buying ourselves time like right now is like so important, so like that we can give the scientists time to do what they need to do, like to get what we need to do to treat it and find out more about it. Like really like the most important thing like right now is just buying ourselves more time. I know. I'm just like really concerned, because like the more the governor opens up the state, like the more the numbers are going to like shoot up even further. And that's like what I'm really concerned about. Like I know and then like I hear also that like this, like after the elections like over with, like this whole thing's going to be gone. But then if this was just like an election thing, I kind of feel like um why is it like happening like like, why is it happening? Like, like in other countries, like if this was just an election thing, like, I mean, well, that's good if it's less lethal. See, what I always what I'm concerned about is like, yes, so like, you have the COVID and, like you're worried about like, like getting it, but, and people are like, oh, well, the death rate's really low. But like, what kind of condition are you in like after you get it? Because there's a lot of people like that are experiencing long lasting symptoms from it, which kind of like means like that, like that you're in bad shape like after you get it. So yeah, like you may like the majority may survive it, but like what kind of condition are you going to be in after you get it and survive it? And I don't think everybody like recovers from like that. Like I know somebody like that had it, and they knew they had it because they lost their sense of smell and their sense of taste. And she was like looking up like that like it can actually like last like and be permanent. So, and she was like one of the fortunate like ones because she's just starting to get it back. But like it's so crazy because like this is stuff like that people need to know, like that these like that for some people, like the fact that you lose like your taste and like your smell can be permanent from this. And like that just, I mean, like it's definitely like one of the lesser symptoms, but it's still awful. Yeah. So there's this game, and it's like really morbid. I used to play it like all the time, and they have it for Apple and they have it for um Android, and it's called Plague Incorporated. And basically like what you do, like the object of the game is that you can either pick virus, bacteria, nanovirus, like there's like 4 different like conditions like that you can pick, and you actually play the part of the virus, and you're handed a world map after you pick like what you want to be. And then you pick where you want to start. And then as a virus, the object of the game is to infect everyone and kill off everyone. It's a very morbid game. Like it's definitely like, I mean, if this is something like that triggers you, like this would definitely like not be a good game to play right now. But I learned a lot about like viruses and like bacteria and the spread and like how like they mutate, and that mutation like can, like really like affect like how far it gets as far as like spreading goes, like before like they even treat it. And so one of the most effective like ways to win that game is to be a virus like that is undetectable until it has spread to everyone. And then after it's spread to everyone, the thing to do is to make yourself as lethal as you can make yourself after everyone's already caught it, so like that it can mutate inside the person, and then you've won the game because people didn't realize it. And like, so like basically like you're actually like fighting against like the game, like to, because like you're racing against like their ability to make a cure for whatever it is that you are. And if there's no symptoms, they can't detect you, and if they don't detect you, they don't know you're there. It's just like I said, it's a very morbid game, but it's really interesting, like as far as like if you're looking like to make a study like out of it, like as far as like viruses and bacteria and stuff, like that game like teaches you so much about like what it means like to be a lethal virus slash bacteria slash like nanovirus. And it's kind of interesting too because like that game has real life like newsreels like going on. So like if you watch the newsreels, it can tell you like when a new virus has been detected or when a new bacteria has been detected or anything else. It's just an interesting game, and it's very educational. Yeah, I would hope that he's not playing Plague Incorporated right now because yeah. So another thing like about like that game too. There's 3 different modes to that game. You have easy, you have moderate, and then you have difficult. The easy means nobody washes their hands, nobody takes like any kind of like precautions. Okay. The medium means that some people wash their hands, some people take precautions. The hard means everybody washes their hands, everybody takes precautions. So it's like kind of interesting because you can actually pick like what mode you go on to, and then pick like whether or not you want to be a virus or bacteria or anything else. It's really interesting game if you're like learning more, if you're wanting to like learn more about, Plague Incorporated like really does teach you like a lot about like, you know, um, being a virus and like your ability like to like what's most effective like in killing off the population because that's the object of the game, which is super super morbid. Like it's awful, but at the same time like it really just does teach you a lot too. So I always found like the game very educational, especially like now that we're like in the middle of a pandemic. Like looking back, like I realized like how much that game actually taught me about like virus spread, you know. Sorry. Exactly. So that's like why like Dragon, like why you do not like want to kill off people too early like on like in the Plague Incorporated game, because if you kill them off too soon, it doesn't give you the opportunity to allow it to spread. So you can actually go through and evolve it and like you can actually like up like your ability like to spread through the air, or spread through water, or spread through like rats, or spread through mosquitoes or anything else like that. And like that's like I don't know, like there's so like many like ways to manipulate the game like that. It just feels so realistic. So I mean like it's just an interesting game. Like it's really fun. Well, it was fun before like it became a reality, and then like now it's just kind of like I'm living like in a Plague Incorporated nightmare. Yeah. Well, AIDS has a dormant stage, and like AIDS can like lay dormant for like a decade before you even know that you have it. And at that point, like, I mean, I think like though AIDS like at the dormant stage, I think at the dormant stage like it's not spreadable, if I remember right. Because I know like that some viruses like they're not contagious like if they're in their dormant stage, and I think AIDS was one of them. But it is effective because it's keeping its host alive. So I it's okay. I wasn't sure because I know some viruses like they're not considered like spreadable like in their dormant stage, so I wasn't sure. Okay. See, I wasn't see like I said, I'm not like really sure about that. So that's probably something I'm gonna have to go like look up because I'm just kind of curious like now about that. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know like that. I don't know. Like I'm really like undereducated like when it comes to the AIDS stuff because like I mean I really personally haven't known anyone, and I know like a little bit about it, but like I don't feel like in school like when we're educated like that they go into enough detail about like some of the things like that we should know. And I feel like there should be a whole class like on viruses like and and that kind of thing. I don't know. That's a really good question, Dragon. Dragon says, I wonder how being safe for COVID has affected AIDS spread or other virus spread. And that's a really good question. I'd be very curious about that myself. So, so guys, like, what about that new Akatar cover that we're getting? How do you guys feel about that? Um, I love the mask on the new cover, but I do not like the gray. I think the gray is super ugly. Like, I wish they had picked something else besides gray. Like, they could have done it on a white background, and it would have looked really sharp on a black background too. I actually don't mind like the newer. At first, like I really hated the new Akatar covers. Like I really didn't like them. The Court of Mist and A Court of Thorns and Roses, for you guys like they're not familiar like with the acronym. A Court of Thorns and Roses by Sarah J. Maas is a series that is kind of like a new adult series, and it's got fairies in it. But I I heard like that the books like were actually designed by tattoo artists, and at first, like, I wasn't all that big of a fan of them, but like I really feel like they're growing on me. Like the more I look at them, the more I like them. And I really actually like the new mask, like that's going to be like on a Court of Silver Flames, I think it's called. Yeah, I mean, so I the old ones I really, I mean, like the old ones I do like. The old covers. I like how they look. I don't know, like they kind of drew me in because like at that point, like I was reading like a lot of YA. And so like it allowed me like to get into the series. And I understand like why they redesigned the covers, because they don't like want to draw young adults to the series because it has a very adult content. So I totally understand like why they wouldn't want to draw people in, for that. But the old covers, like, and the old covers definitely like do look like um YA, and the new covers definitely like look more adult. So I definitely like the new covers. Yeah, it doesn't show anything at all. Dragon, it definitely doesn't show like anything at all. I'm actually like, aside from like it being from like Nesta's perspective and all that, like I really don't know like much like about like the story development. I kind of feel like I wonder like where they're gonna go with it, because like A Court of Wings and Ruin, like I felt like really like sewed up like everything that was going on like with the like with the original story arc, and I'm like, where else are we gonna be able to go with this? Yeah, it actually like I agree with that. Like it definitely like does like look a little bit more like historical fiction for the newer like the newer covers. And I mean, I'm like I said, I mean, like they do grow on me like quite a bit, like as far as like the new covers go. Like I didn't really like them originally. So I actually really like the like I really like the color, like the colors, like the fact that we got like such a vibrant pink and a vibrant green and a vibrant red. Like I really like that about it. As far as like the spines like go in the paperbacks, like they really like stand out like a lot more like than they used to. But like I don't know, like I still like the original covers. I almost wish like the publisher like would go through like, and they would release, they go ahead and like release like the way that they are, but for the people that liked the original covers, I almost like wish like they would go through and be like, hey, like for like $2 more, like we like like we'll send like show us like proof of purchase like that you bought the book, and like or like or show us proof of purchase like that you bought the book, and like as a pre-order bonus send out like that cover like that goes like with the old books like as a pre-order bonus. Like they could totally do that as a pre-order bonus, and like make both sides of like the fandom happy, and like and not deter like people like who are fans of the series and like want all of their books to match, and not deter like those people from continuing on with the series. Like a pre-order bonus like would be such a genius. It's like a missed opportunity for this publishing company. So, April, like I liked, so I have to say, like honestly, like with as far as like the series goes, I liked A Court of Mist and Fury more than I liked A Court of Rings and Ruin, but it was still really good. Um, so definitely like read it. I'm so glad, April, that you finally read that series. Like it's just I think it's so good. It's so addictive. Yeah, I do wish like they would sell the cover art as prints. Like I think that would be so beautiful. I I honestly feel like I wish like I could find like more print art for books, because like it's so hard to find. I wish like book boxes like would sell more like more artwork. Like they would commission like more art for like a lot of these, because like not only are you employing a lot more artists, like like and selling like a lot more art, but like you're also like creating like more opportunities like for us book lovers like to get more art. So I really like wish like a lot more of like these book companies like would do that, because like that's like another like missed opportunity like for marketing and business money, and like and making like more money, like and keeping like artists employed, which I feel like is really important, like because artists, like they basically like have to like it's very competitive, and they basically have to fight like for like their opportunity like to create like these things and stand out among other artists. And I feel like, you know, I feel like we should have more book art. Like I feel like, you know, like a lot more of these book boxes should definitely like employ more artists like to do more book art. Like I think that would be amazing. I love, like, I'm such a sucker for artwork. Like I just love it. Like, and it's just like it's nice like to see like my vision of like, you know, the characters and some of the scenes like, you know, kind of conceptualized. Like this is like one of the prints like that I recently got like in my Illumicrate box, and this is from Mistborn, and I want more stuff like this. Like it's super like rainbowish and shiny and stuff. And so you have like Vin, and you have Kelsier, and you have Sazed, and you have Elend, and it's just we need more artwork. We need more artwork. Maybe we should Dragon. Like we should just like make like this a whole movement, like, you know, like you know, pick it like for like more artwork and like keeping artists like more employed. Yeah, yeah, Illumicrate had that one. I don't know, April, are you still getting, I know a while back like you subscribed like to the Illumicrate, so I'm not sure like if you still get them, or like or if you just stuck to Owlcrate. But I don't know, like I know, like even like book boxes do not do enough artwork for me, because I like looking at the artwork. Like I actually like want to start like a binder like for the artwork. Okay. Well, I hope they like I hope they get you back on the Illumicrate like really, really soon. Because like I don't know, like it's so crazy. Like so Owlcrate now has a waiting list for their book boxes. Crate has a waiting list for, like for their book boxes. Um and Fairy Loot has a waiting list for their boxes. Yeah, I know, right? So Dragon's like, I would love to just hold on to prints so I could get rid of the book. Yes. Uh, I love the prints. Like the prints are so pretty. And I love like when these book boxes like do additional artwork for their boxes too. Like that is just so satisfying. It is just so completely satisfying. I love it. I love like the alternate like dust jackets like they come out with. And actually Illumicrate does a lot with Rosie Thorn 88, and I love her stuff. Like they've used her for most of their blankets, like their special edition blankets, and they've used her like a lot for like their mugs, like, and everything that she makes is just gold. Like it's just amazing. I love Rosie Thorne's 88, and I believe like the main person like that uses like them is Owl Crate. I'm sorry, Illumicrate, and like everything that they do like is just amazing. Like I just love them. I think they do have an Instagram if you guys are interested in checking out Rosie Thorne 88. Oh, so recently, Fake Crate. So a while back, like I got one of those special edition boxes, like when we were like we're on the topic of A Court in Thorns and Roses, and I got like one of those special edition book boxes, like that was for the anniversary of A Court of Thorns and Roses, and so like they had a little Rysand plushie in there, and I really, really loved that plushie. And I've been like waiting for like them to come out with a Feyre plushie. Well, they released it in their most current book box, and I was kind of like a little upset because like I don't subscribe like to Fake Crate like, you know, regularly, but I know like like places like Illumicrate, like if you bought like the very first like book, or like, you know, like part of like a series, they would give you first dibs along with their subscribers to get the full set. And Fake Crate didn't do that. And I'm like, I did say something, you know, like about like, well, I hope you guys have enough for everybody, like, you know, like that, so that they can complete their set. And, you know, like they said that they were going to be having like a sale like in February, like for like whatever they have left over for the Feyre plushies. And I mainly like Fake Crate for their plushies. So I was like really upset, like, you know, like that they didn't give like the people like that had ordered like that special edition Court and Thorns and Roses boxes, like first dibs like on those plushies, because I feel like like people like are going to be like very upset about that, because like they're going to want a complete set. They're going to like, people like that love A Court of Thorns and Roses both love Feyre and Rysand, and now like there's going to be like a lot of people who are going to have an incomplete set, and like I just feel like that's just, I don't know, like to me like that is just really like hard to swallow, because like I don't know, like that's not good marketing. Yeah, it's not good marketing. Like, and it's just, it really is upsetting like to me like that. I mean, I've always, I like Fake Crate. Like, I don't have anything against them, but like to me, like that's just not right. Like to, like have like to, be like to buy like that special edition book box and then like not be able like to get like the full set of like the plushies that go along like with that. They're actually including like their plushie, like it's a special edition item like for their active subscribers. But like, I don't know, Illumicrate, I feel like goes at it like in a completely different way. And but like, it's not just Illumicrate either. Like, actually, like Fairy Loot does that too. Like, where like they give like, like if you like, what was it like for the most recent box, Blood and Honey. If you had gotten the original book, which was Serpent and Dove, they gave their subscribers and the people like that bought like that they gave their subscribers and the people like that bought the Serpent and Dove book first dibs on the Blood and Honey book boxes that just came out. So like, I mean, it's not just one company like that gives like, first dibs. It's a lot of different companies that do that. And Fake Crate did not do that with their Feyre plushie. And it's very upsetting to me like that, like that I may not have an opportunity to complete that set when I love both the characters equally. So just some stuff that's been on my mind like lately, and I kind of did like want to, I don't know, like I'm still thinking about it, because like I know like a lot of people are probably like in the same boat as me, being very frustrated about that. So man, guys, you guys know that I've been on here for like 2 hours. I love the fact that you guys are still hanging out with me. Yeah, I see. Yeah, Dragon. Like, I definitely like understand. Like, definitely like the business virtue of it, but like, I'm just so upset, and it makes me like not want to buy like anything from them anymore, because like, if I know like that I can't, like, I'm not guaranteed like to get a full set, it's like, why even bother? Honestly, like, so I understand like the business virtue of creating loyalty, but I feel like, it kind of stabs me like in the foot, like kind of like to not have the loyalty like the people like that have bought from you before, because I don't feel like it gives me incentive to buy from them in the future. So I definitely understand like like the aspect of loyalty and wanting more people to subscribe to your book box, but like, I mean, it's very discouraging like when you've, spent money on them in the past and like you're not guaranteed like anything for future purchases. So yeah, this is kind of how I feel about it, though. Just frustrating. I love you guys too. Like, I'm so happy that you guys are hanging out with me. Like, this is like 2 hours strong. Although I am gonna admit like that I am starting to get like a little bit tired, but like, so I'm not really sure how much longer I'm gonna be on here. Um, but like, I'm really glad that you guys like are hanging out with me like for my birthday. Like, I was so like, I was actually scared like when I first started doing like this. I thought no one was gonna show up, and I'm just like, because like I know like I just like, it was like a nightmare, and I'm just like, I wonder if I was like, I wonder who's actually gonna show up and hang out with me. And I'm so glad that you guys came and hung out with me. Like, this is so awesome. So I'm glad that you guys like, are here. I feel like I might have scared like some people like away like when I started talking like about the whole COVID situation, but like this is just part of like our year, like, and how like things have been going and stuff. So, I just feel like there's just so much like that's happened like this year, and I love you guys so much. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. But like, I don't know, like I kind of feel like I can't like acknowledge like, like everything else like that's been on my mind, like, without like acknowledging like how this past year has gone. And I know like a lot of people like are in the same boat. And I feel like, you know, like we should be able to have like open dialogue like on any of this stuff. Like I feel like it's all important, like it's all relevant. It's all things that we need to talk about. You know, like I mean, I know like I'm not trying like to be like a downer like on my birthday or whatever, but like, you know, like sometimes you just need to talk about stuff. So I know. Um, so this is like I don't know, like so it is now almost 10 o'clock at night. Are you guys like all in Eastern time zones? Oh, I know Dragon, like well, I know you're not in Eastern time zones. I'm not like really sure like how far behind the time it is there. It has been so stressful this year. I'm just so grateful because like I can't get over the fact that I started eating chocolate again for the first time. You know, it's like before like a couple months ago, like it had been 5 years since I had any sort of chocolate because like I wasn't sure how allergic I was, like with all of my food allergies. And then I got tested like a few months ago for chocolate and realized that I could eat it. So then I started eating cashews also, which coincidentally enough, like I am allergic to pretty much every nut besides cashews. Cashews are the only nut that I can eat. And I'm really bummed because I used to love pistachios. Like pistachios are so good. But and actually like I'm slightly sensitive to cashews also. So like if my system's like already like kind of like irritated, I will actually get really bad like skin rashes like if I eat too much of the like too much like of something like that irritates my system. So like if I'm already irritated and I eat cashews, like it'll give me a rash. Like which is awful. But I don't experience like that at all with chocolate because like when I got my test back, like I had zero like reactivity to it. It's just the struggles of having, you know, like an autoimmune invisible illness thing, which is like one of the reasons like why I really love Get a Life Chloe Brown, because like that book did so well like with invisible illness rep. Like you get gaslighted so hard like when you have invisible illnesses, and it really sucks like getting gaslit because like I was told like when I originally like had like all of my dietary stuff like happening like about 5 or 6 years ago, um that like I was crazy because like the doctor couldn't find anything that was wrong with me, so I was the crazy one. And it's really hard like living like with an invisible illness because like you get gaslit by physicians so hard. Like they never like they don't take like they don't send you like to a different doctor to try to help you like to find out like what is wrong with you. Like they just kind of say, "Oh, you're crazy." And so like but I'm not going to straight up tell you like you're crazy. I'm just going to paraphrase it so that I'm telling you you're crazy without actually telling you that you're crazy. Yeah, yeah, so let's see. Yeah, Dragon, like actually like I have gained weight. Like my pants, like my work pants are getting tighter. So all this carbs like that I'm eating like definitely like plumped me up quite a bit. So I probably gained like about like a 3 or 4 pounds, like which is actually like really healthy for me because when I got sick like about 6 years ago, I went down to 93 pounds. 93 pounds is like not healthy. I did not have a period for 6 months because I had no body fat. I had like zero body fat, like, and it was not good. Like, it was not healthy. And it took me 6 months, like, to even start to gain weight back the weight that I needed. Um, to even like begin like to start getting like back like on a schedule of being like, you know, like more consistent again with all that. And I went to a female doctor, and like when I told them like that I wasn't like I didn't have a period, their first response was to try to give me progesterone. I was also seeing an acupuncturist at the time, and he gave me and I have to say like the acupuncturist who was a student acupuncturist gave me better advice, medical advice than my female doctor did, my gynecologist. And my my so the gynecologist solution like was to try to give me progesterone to force it. The acupuncturist, um, the acupuncturist was like, when you've gained back the weight that you needed to lose, or that when you gain back the weight that you need to, you will start naturally. Your body, like right now, is not okay, like with where it's at. So like it's holding, and like it's not doing like what's supposed to do because you're not at a place like where it can do that for you because you need the nutrients. That was something my acupuncturist said, who was a student. I feel like that was so much better advice than a medical, like the medical doctor that I went and saw. Thank you, Dragon. I really appreciate you saying that. That's so sweet of you. Um, yeah, they like doctors, like, so I feel like the medical profession like has like a really big pressure on it, like to get results. And so like if you don't like, what do you call it? Like if like I feel like they feel like that pressure, and then like they feel like if they're not giving you like the result that they feel like you want to get, then you're going to like, they're not going to make money off of you or whatever. And I feel like that's kind of like a thing, like, like in some practices. So like they feel like they have to do something like in order like to feel like you're getting something out of it. And like in some situations like chronic illnesses and things like that, like that are just chronic inflammation, stuff like that, really like the only thing you can do is just control and do preventative type stuff, like to try to keep your system under control and keep it from oscillating out of control. And that's the only thing like I feel like that sometimes you can do like in certain situations. So really, like, I mean, and like, I can't fault a doctor for what my body is going to do. Like I mean, sometimes like you just want answers, like, and you just want to know what's going on with your body. Like, I mean, you don't necessarily need a cure for it, but sometimes like knowing what is wrong with you is enough for you to figure out where you can go next. Because a lot of the things like that I learned from everything, like I learned by doing my own research. Like there's so much like the doctors do not have time to tell you like while you're inside the room. So you have to be your own health advocate, and you have to learn the things for yourself, because if you don't learn those things for yourself, then it's like you're not, I mean, you really have to educate yourself on your issues in your own body. Once I got the answers to, which is like, just more tests, just getting like as many tests as you can, and then kind of like researching from there. And then you can find out after, after you like, like what is wrong with you, then you can go through like and kind of do your own research. Now, I don't advocate for like searching for things if you don't have a diagnosis, because the internet will always tell you you're dying. They always tell you you're dying. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if you have a head cold, you go on the internet and it'll give you like 10 million reasons like why you're dying from a head cold, even if you don't know it's a head cold, because like you haven't been to a doctor to be diagnosed. But once you get the diagnosis, then you can start doing the research, because like then the internet's telling you like, well, how that like what this medical diagnosis means, and then you can make sense of it after that. But I do not advocate for going and searching on the internet like if you do not have a diagnosis, because the internet will always tell you you're dying, and you do not want that answer from the internet. You do not want the internet to, I mean, like, who wants to hear that they're dying? Yeah, so the internet will tell you like what kind of tests to look for. um I don't know, like it's kind of like a gray area, like, though, because like, yes, the internet will give you like more information like of what kind of tests you need to, like what kind of tests you need to ask for. But at the same time, like, you have to, WebMD is so toxic if you don't know your diagnosis. Like, WebMD is awful if you don't know your diagnosis, because they're usually the website that's telling you that you're dying. I really actually like prefer like, and even like, so when I had my gallbladder removed about 4 years ago or so, which changed a lot, like about like me and taking like fatty foods. So I have to do like different, like some fatty foods I just can't process right anymore, because my gallbladders break down fat. And so if you don't have your gallbladder, even though they say it's useless, your gallbladder can no longer break down that fat. Like, because like there's like a base particle of fat that you have to have like as a nutrient to your system. Um, so like, yes, they do say gallbladder is useless, but it's not really. because like it does aid in digestion. So, but I couldn't avoid it because like it was chronically inflamed, even though I didn't have gallstones. Like I could not get the inflammation down. Like I was still having gallbladder attacks like 6 months after I started healing it, and they were less frequent as time went on. But yeah, so like I so fibromyalgia, like I know fibromyalgia is a chronic illness, and I know that like it can be like very like I know exercise actually helps some people with fibromyalgia, and that's like, sometimes the doctors will tell you that, and I'm not sure because I'm not super, I'm not like somebody that can speak on behalf of people that have fibromyalgia, but it's definitely like important, like once you get like that diagnosis, like to check, because like so I got misdiagnosed too, like a lot, like when I was going through like the medical process, and so I would look up that diagnosis and I'd be like, that doesn't quite feel right. So I feel like that's like another instance of making sure like that you have the diagnosis first, because like once you have that diagnosis, like then you can kind of see like like what options you have after like what direction to head. It's just having like, I don't know, like so when you like I don't know, like acupuncture, like I know like is also like another like really great area for like a lot of people, because like a lot of people say like that acupuncture is not very like helpful, but I feel like it's not very helpful like the people like that are looking for instant responses, because like I went to acupuncture. I went to acupuncture like for like months before I saw like, I mean, so if you have a clean system and you eat like really clean, like you're more likely to get like a lot more instant responses from acupuncture. And really like even like my main medical doctor said acupuncture is actually like a really good thing because it helped to rebalance my system like after I got really sick there like about 5 years ago. Um, so even like my main medical doctor said that acupuncture was like really good. But like a lot of people like, like I feel like in being your own health advocate, that also means like trying like to make sure like that you eat right and that you're taking care of yourself, because like we eat in America, like we eat so badly in this country. Like there is soy lecithin, and like I know like a lot of people don't think like that soy is like super bad, but like there's like a lot of bad things like in like that they put in food here in America, like that they do not, right, that they have like laws against like putting it like in other countries. And so like I feel like making sure like that you monitor like what you're putting into your system, because like if I do too much of like one thing or another, like I will get like my autoimmune stuff like will get very like out of control, like, and my allergies like will get very out of control, and like I will have a lot of negative effects from like that. And usually like it manifests like either because I have a hiatal hernia, so like either like my inflammation will go up and I'll start feeling like I'm having a heart attack because my hiatal hernia is like kind of like messed up, or like I don't know. Yeah. um I I don't know, like I when I was like doing like research like on like a lot of medical stuff, like I would just usually do like broad like research like type stuff, like, and I would just like go through like and I would read like everything I could find, and then like I would pick apart like what I thought like what like felt right and like what I felt didn't feel right. So I know. Ooh, I better plug in my computer. It's time for me to plug in my computer. I just don't like want this dying on you or dying on me. So um have any of you guys seen like the cartoon for Lilo and Stitch? Because like so I miss like older Disney cartoons because like I felt like they had so much like more like humor like that not only kids would appreciate but like also adults. Like there's like this part like in Aladdin, like the original Aladdin movie, like that like where Jasmine like was standing like out in the balcony. And she was like, and if you like listen like really closely, like it had like really obscene stuff, like, you know, kind of like trailed like in the background, like what was it? I think like the dust, like when Simba like plopped himself like down like in the dust, like Easter eggs and stuff, like in the old Disney films, like it spelled sex backwards or something like that. So I don't know, like I miss like older Disney stuff because like they used to put like little like obscene Easter eggs. Like what was it? Like I think like the castle like in the original like Little Mermaid like actually like looked like a penis. I don't know, like I just started thinking about that. I know completely like I completely like trailed off, but like this is like my thought process because like 9 times out of 10, like my brain goes all over the place. So like my brain is super random. Yeah, a lot of people like so Dragon says a lot of people forget that doctors often specialize or generalize something that requires a little bit of both unique slips through the cracks. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. But yeah, so I miss like sorry about like all the randomness like just kind of going on here, but like so yeah, I do like miss like older like Disney like productions like they just don't make Disney like they don't make any kind of TV like they used to. Like I feel like I actually like, used to like learn values and stuff like from television. Like now it's like I'm not learning any of that. I just miss all that stuff. I miss I wish like I really like wish I'm still like waiting for like them to make a live action Lilo and Stitch. They really need to make a live action Lilo and Stitch. And I'm still like waiting on that. Yeah, CGI just isn't it. I mean, I like the fact that CGI has its advantages. Like they're able to get out like a lot more like video, like a lot more quickly, like with CGI. But I feel like the quality is like not there. Like and CGI like has gotten like really really good, but sometimes like when I'm watching CGI, like innately, like I know I'm still watching like computer generated images, and no matter how realistic they try to make them look, I cannot suspend disbelief. Like I still see it as computer generated. Like I still see it as computer generated, which means like it takes me out of it. And it feels like because I feel like the computer generated portions like of it kind of break up like the live action portions of it, and it takes me out of like what I'm watching because like I have to stop and say to myself, this is definitely computer generated. Yeah, April, like I love anime. I do because like it's always consistent, you know? And it's always like they always have like consistent and like drawn animation, and it's always like artistic, and like it's always something different, and it's always like random, and it's always like interesting. um I don't know, like so back on the vampire topic, like though, have you guys ever like seen Helsing? It's a anime, like they had an original anime for Helsing, and it's actually like religious style vampires like were like really like interesting to me because like I've never seen like anything like that before, but it's actually based on a manga that was written quite a while back, and then they came out with Helsing OVA, which like really dug into the like overall what do you call it, like the overall like manga is like a lot better because they did one Helsing OVA for every manga that there was. So this was like 10 episodes of Helsing OVA, and they didn't cut out like anything like as much. And yeah, Dragon, so Helsing is based on a manga, and the manga like the OVA is like much better because like not only does it have better graphics and stuff, but it also like talks like it also like digs like more into everything. Hi, buddy. Welcome. I'm so glad you could join us. Yeah, I've been at this like for 2 hours now. I'm just kind of like hanging out, but I'm glad like that you guys that you're here. Yeah, so we're talking like about anime. I don't know if you've seen any anime, Bunny. But we talked like a little bit like about like a Helsing I love Hellsing. Like if you guys, so Hellsing's kind of like an interesting anime because like it has like what do you call it? Like religious vampires. It's okay. Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm always behind. Actually, like this feed that I'm going through like is actually delayed. I don't know if that's normal because I've never been on a live feed before, but like this feed's delayed. So I'm watching like everything and then like you guys are getting the response like seconds, even though I've gotten it like as soon as you guys respond on here. Like it takes me like I don't know, I think it's like about a 5 or 10 second delay. So anyway, yeah, so there's actually like another anime that I'm really like interested in watching. It's called Drifters. It's by the same people like that made Hellsing OVA. And I'm so interested in it. Let me see if I can find it and I'll read like I'll read it to you because like I'm so like Drifters anime. And it has like the same kind of graphics also. So it sounds like really amazing. And it's like very action packed it's supposed to be. And I've heard like the people like who liked Hellsing like OVA also like really enjoyed this. So I'm probably gonna butcher like the names. Shizima Tohisha, a samurai from the historical battle of Shigehara, was moments from death when he stepped through a door, transported to a world both like and unlike his own. He finds himself in a new war and a new fight, but he is not alone. By his side, Japan's most notable historical figures, Oda Nobunaga and Nasu no Yoshi, will join him in this new world at war as they discover more about their role as drifters that they'll face the ends, a group of Europe's most brilliant and deadly minds led by a man cloaked in darkness who seeks to bring destruction and devastation to the world. What awaits these heroes of old? Are their bloodthirsty ways the only hope for victory, or does something worse than death await them? And this is Drifters. Let me see if I can get a picture here. I don't know if you guys can see this really well, but it's, I don't know, like this just, I don't know, like it sounds like really amazing. And it is for fans of Hellsing, like OVA, which I think like, I really, I've actually been very tempted like to get a subscription to Crunchyroll because like I want to watch the Magus Bride, and like I don't want to pay for it like straight out because it's so expensive. Like anime is so expensive, and Crunchyroll like is just so convenient because like you have like a lot of like like anime at your fingertips for like one price per month, and it's just so I'm actually thinking about like getting a subscription to Crunchyroll or trying it out for like it's about 7 days and kind of binging like Ancient Magus Bride because like that's actually like a really interesting one. But Drifters actually sounds really amazing too. So I mean it kind of sounds like almost like Sliders. I don't know if you guys remember Sliders. It was a 90s show like where you had people like this group of people like that could like go through doors and like like go through different times throughout history, which I just think is also just really interesting. So yeah, so I noticed like April said like that Magus Bride is pretty good, and even Netflix has a pretty good anime selection. I have watched some of the anime that is on Netflix. I need to explore like a little bit more like before like I get the Crunchyroll subscription, but I'm really curious. But I mean, I have watched some of it. I really I don't can't remember like if they have Black Butler because like I was getting into that one too, and I think that one was interesting. I still have to go back and watch or read some more of like Fruits Basket because like I've only actually read the first one and I keep getting distracted, but I have like a few of the other like I have like 1 through 6 and I've only read the first one and I need to get back to that one because like I'm really interested in Fruits Baskets. I think that one's going to be like really really amazing. So and I know you love it, so like I kind of I want to love it too. Like I really like want to love it. I feel like the first like manga like that, like I didn't get like I feel like we're still like developing like the story. So like I don't feel like I got like enough from that story like the first like one. So I feel like I'll get like more like as time goes on like from the story development and stuff. So like that's like why I like really want to continue. So hi, hi Ashley. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes. I ate chocolate for the first time in 5 years today, so I'm like really happy. Like my stepdad actually made me chocolate with raspberries, like in it. Like he homemade like everything. So like it's been a good day. Like I had cake. So I mean, like any day with cake is usually a good day. So yeah, I know. Like I have been eating like bags upon bags of chocolate because like before a few months ago, like it's been 5 years since I could eat chocolate. I got tested for food allergies for like you guys like that don't know, and I was able to eat chocolate. So yes, I'm like so excited. Like inflammation in your system is real, and like so it's just really hard. But like I'm so glad I can eat chocolate. Like me and chocolate used to go steady like on a normal basis, so we're going steady again. So I'm really happy about that. Oh, okay, Dragon, no problem. Like, I mean, if you fall asleep, no worries at all. Like, I totally get it. Like, actually, like I usually go to bed at 8 o'clock, but I'm here like and I'm wired because I'm talking to you guys. So like, this is awesome. Like, you know, you guys like really pump me up. So like, I'm gonna be on here for as long as you guys want to hang out. Like, I'm all game for this. I'm sure like my voice will eventually give out, and then I'll be forced to stop. But like, I'm not stopping until my voice gives out. So, um, so the next thing that I'm hoping like my mom like bakes a lot. Like she's a extremely amazing baker, and she bakes these pumpkin cookies during Christmas season. And like it has like the frosting and stuff, and like pumpkin cookies, like most amazing thing. Like I am a sweet person. I'm probably like on my like way to diabetes like right now, and I could care less because like sweets are like amazing. But my mom is such a baker, and like she makes like these what was it, like these amazing like pumpkin cookies, like, and I'm hoping like that she'll be able to make them because I recently found a flour like that I could use, so I'm really hoping like that I can eat those. Like I hope she can figure it out. Oh man, pumpkin cookies are so good. Dragon wants to know what the next few videos I have coming up are. So Ashley Bookish Realm is helping us judge, but like we're doing a costume contest over on Twitter for all of you guys like that are interested like in participating. Like just we're giving away a $25 gift card to either Amazon or a 25 like up to $25 like a book depository, like depending on where you live, like what you prefer. So like if you guys are interested in participating, like me and a bunch of other people are going to be on there. There is a Twitter page for it. It's called at Bookish Ball, and like with the @ Bookish Ball, and that's a separate page. So if you guys like are interested in like participating, like just at us like a picture of your costume, and then it gives you like an opportunity to be entered into the contest. And so I was really depressed because like Halloween's like my favorite holiday, and I really wanted to have a costume contest. So me and some other people like are going to be doing a costume contest on there. So I'm like really excited about that. We're also doing a live show at the end of October. And we're gonna all be like reading Mexican Gothic was the book that everybody decided upon, and we're gonna be doing a live show on here. So I'm really excited about that too. So you guys are definitely like invited like to do like costumes and like take pictures and everything else. So it's gonna be like really awesome. Ashley is kind enough to be like one of our judges. We also have Eric from Break Even Books, and we actually have here. I just don't like want to forget anybody because like I have like the names like in my head, but like it's just easier like if I have a picture because like it's getting like late, and so my brain's starting not to function properly. So that's kind of like where I'm at with stuff. But let's see. Oh shoot, I am all right. So we have 7 judges actually, which I'm really excited about. Let's see. So we have Eric from Break Even Books. As far as the judges go, we have Justin from Ghost Reads 28. We have Ashley that you guys just saw here like a little bit ago. She's Bookish Realm. We also have Miss from Miss Writes 19. And then we also have Jess from, let's see. We also have Jess Marie, um, who is on Instagram. Like she doesn't have a Twitter page. And then also we have Books with Mariah, who's Mariah, and she also does not have a Twitter page. She only has an Instagram page. So those are our judges for it. Like we have some really awesome people like that are helping us judge this. So definitely like if you guys like, want to join like in, you guys are definitely more than invited to that. But I'm really excited because like I have heard so many good things about Mexican Gothic, and we're going to be reading that next month. Now, as far as like Dragon's question about like what videos I have coming up next, I need to do an announcement video for that, and I'm really excited about doing like an announcement video for that. Like I need to talk about it. I have to film like my most anticipated October reads. And like I'm actually like still debating like whether or not I want to do like a full review, like and kind of like comparing like sort of Kaigen like to Avatar. I was thinking about doing like a video for that too. So because I kind of feel like that's something like that needs to be addressed because like sort of Kaigen gets like compared so much like to Avatar. So I kind of feel like I want to do like a video like on my thoughts on that. Also, I need to do like my next author spotlight because like that's something like that I am trying like to do like as far as a video series on my channel. And I was kind of thinking like about doing Jennifer L. Armentrout like for October because thank you, Bunny. I really appreciate that. Bunny says your comparison videos are fantastic. Thank you, Bunny. So I was actually thinking about doing like for like my next author spotlight, I was actually thinking about doing Jennifer L. Armentrout because I've been reading a ton of her stuff lately. And I feel like she's another like author like that, just started to get big like with from the Blood and Ash book series. And like she's been around, like she did the Lux series, like which has aliens in it. I'm kind of gonna be like reading that one that series soon too, because like that was like the series like that kind of started her like escalation like to being a big, well, better known author as far as in the paranormal romance genre. And like now like with From Blood and Ash, like she's really taken off because like that's like such a huge release like right now, and everybody's talking about it. Even on Book Talk, like it's all over the place on Book Talk. So I kind of like want to talk about Jennifer L. Armentrout like a little bit more. I wish I had been like, I'm hoping like at some point like to do like a paranormal romance like recommendation video because like I've been reading a lot of paranormal romance like lately, and I'm very picky on my paranormal romance too. Yes. So Dragon says, did she do White Hot Kiss? And that one is actually like that's the gargoyle YA romance like that she's done. She's actually like adding on to that world like with different characters like in her newest series called Rage and Ruin, which she has not finished yet, but that series is going to be finished in 2021. It's called the Harbinger series, and I haven't read that one yet because I'm waiting for like that one to be done like with, because I know like when I was reading A White Hot Kiss, like those books like were about a 3-star for me because I liked the love interests in that, but like there was a love triangle in it. And my problem was is I liked, by the end of like the trilogy, I liked both love interests like equally. And so like regardless of who she picked, I was not going to be happy with either one of them. And I was so hoping like that we would have a polygamous relationship, which was never going to happen because the two guys in this like hated each other. But I mean, like we always hope for polygamy because like there's not enough polygamy like in books, like, and I love seeing like polygamous relationships. Like I'm sorry, not polygamous, polyamory. Like polyamory was the word that I was looking for. I like polyamorous relationships. Like I just feel like they're so good. Like, and I love seeing them, especially like if they're represented well. Like Strange Grace, like by Tessa Groton that I was mentioning earlier. That one has really good representation for polyamory, which I love. Like I thought it was so good. That's actually like one of the reasons like why I like the Infernal Devices series, because by Cassandra Clare, because like it's a love triangle, but it's not also like not quite a love triangle. Like it's also kind of like a polyamorous relationship because they all kind of love each other, you know? So I love polyamory in my books. Dragon says, have you read The Kitty in the Midnight Hour by Kim Harrison? I have not read that book. I haven't even heard of that book. Like, it sounds very interesting. Is that one that has polyamory in it? Yeah. Uh, so Dragon also says Infernal Devices is Polly. Dragon says Infernal Devices is Polly. So I know me and Dragon kind of discussed like this before, regarding like that. Oh, okay. So Kim Harris is paranormal romance. Dragon says, okay, that's cool. I'll have to look into that one. I'm very interested. I'm very picky about my paranormal romance, like though, because so I'm like one of those people that likes romance. I like a good romance, but like I don't like there to be like so much like like sex scenes like in it, like that I don't have storyline. Like that's the whole point of me like reading something like that is like I want to have like the development, the character development. I want the storyline, which is one of the reasons like why I love A Court of Mist and Fury so much. And it's also like one of the reasons like why I love like Jennifer L. Armentrout's newest book, From Blood and Ash, because they both have enough storyline and like the sex is in it and stuff like that, which makes it feel like it's more of an adult book, but like it's not overtaking the plot line. Like I don't like books like that have like too much like sex scenes like in it. I like a little bit, but like not tons. I like the storyline. Like that's the whole point of reading the book for me, is the fact that I get a storyline. I'll have to thank you so much, Dragon, for the recommendation. I'll definitely check out Kim Harris because like I'm very curious about that. So let's see. So I know me and Dragon were talking about how Infernal Devices is poly. I think like for the time period like that it was written, it was probably I don't know like if it was intended to be like a love triangle, but it kind of came off as a love triangle, but like with polyamorous undertones. I guess you could say. Like I kind of feel like it might have been like a little bit of both, because it seemed like to ride the line of being like a what do you call it? Like a love triangle, because like of how it started, because like but like I feel like it started like out like as a love triangle and probably progressed into a polyamorous relationship. Okay. So Har- Dragon says Harrison is along the Sookie Stackhouse lines, but a good writing. So Sookie Stackhouse was something like that we also discussed like a little bit like earlier. It was so Sookie Stackhouse series is like the True Blood series, like the for the TV show, like the adaptation for that. And I really like the Sookie Stackhouse series because I like the first six books, but I feel like they messed up like the ending, like on both of the book and the TV series. But I am curious because like I did enjoy like the first six or seven books like in that series, because like they kept it fresh. I don't care how long a book series is, if you can keep it fresh, like for like 15 books in, and I still feel like I'm learning like new things about the character and new things about the world, and it doesn't feel repetitive. I don't care how many books it is, I'll still enjoy it. But if the second it gets repetitive and the second I get bored, I don't like it anymore. It needs to end. So that's kind of how I feel like about like long standing series. Yeah. I so I grew up reading Amanda Ashley. She is another paranormal romance writer, and like I feel like there's a lot, like there's a couple like different categories of like romance genres. Let me talk about like that for a second, because like first of all, the romance genre is like thank you, Bunny. Appreciate you stopping by to hang out with me for a few. And I hope you have fun. Thank you. You're so wonderful for captioning and stuff. I really appreciate you for that. You're so awesome. I met Bunny like last year at BookNet Fest along with Jess, and they're both wonderful people. So yeah, like I love them both so much. Like you guys are just so awesome. So it was just I mean I'm so sad BookNet Fest got canceled like this year, because like I was so like looking forward to it. Like I was hoping like to make plans like with a bunch of like you guys like like to meet up and maybe share a hotel room and like just kind of hang out. And it's just like I'm just so sad, because like I feel like this was such a missed opportunity. Like I'm hoping like the pandemic like lets up like enough like for next year so that we can all like hang out together and like have fun and stuff. You know? Yeah, so Dragon says I actually look for good long series, and Yeah, April, I know. I would have loved to see you too. And I was talking to Dragon like about possibly like coming down to like to go to BookNet Fest and everything. And it's such a great event. And it's so sad like that we had to cancel like they had to cancel like this year because of the pandemic. Like I met so many awesome people. I met Justin from Ghost Reads like last year, and he's so awesome and he's so sweet. I met so many like booktubers like last year like there, and Haley from Haley and Bookland was there. I didn't like actually talk to her, but she was there and she was like really really sweet. She seemed like really sweet from like where I was standing because like they were taking pictures together and she was very like receptive like to people and she was just very nice. Um, it's just I met so many like amazing people. I really did, and I know I learned a lot too. So it's such a bummer like they didn't have it this year. I would have loved to have seen more of that. I know it would have been nice, but I know like one of the biggest like benefits like to starting like a YouTube channel like and I used to hate social media, like I never used to be on social media, so like I really don't know anything much about it aside from like the fact like that I've met a lot of people like in this community and I didn't feel like super like safe to put myself out there like this before like I met like started seeing like this community because I knew I read books like and then I started like like reading like more books and then like I discovered like this community and then I discovered even more books and then like it kind of like was self-feeding and then suddenly I decided to start a YouTube channel and here I am like like almost 2 years like later just like having met so many wonderful people and like making so many like wonderful friends and like I don't know, like I didn't like know the value of community like before like I got to this because I was very antisocial and like I have been burned like a lot. So like this is kind of like a progression like for me like into meeting like a lot of people like in this community and it's just been such an awesome experience. And I'm so grateful like to everyone like that has like commented like like interacts with me like you guys are all just so like amazing and like I cannot tell you guys how grateful I am for like your friendship and like you know the conversations we've had and everything else because like I learn through you guys like I not only learn more about myself but like I realize like that I as a person have expanded like who I am through the love that I have accumulated for like this community and the people that I've met and like I just feel like so honored like that like people like that you guys watch my videos and everything else so like thank you guys so much like I cannot say like how much like how appreciative I am of like everybody like that has been so kind to me and has like made me feel so wanted and accepted because like that's so hard like sometimes like finding people like that accept you like for you and like like I mean everybody's like flawed and stuff like that but like people like that actually like accept you so like thank you like I'm gushing like right now but like it's true like you guys are just so amazing and thank you so much too I love you April and Dragon like and like everybody so thank you guys so much like this is just so amazing I mean like it sounds like I'm closing this video but like I just have like all these like warm fuzzies because I honestly thought I was gonna get on here tonight and not have anybody to hang out with, like, for my birthday. So like this is just so awesome. So thank you guys like so much. Like, I don't know. More water break. Like I said, I'm not giving up till my voice does. So but anyway, so yeah, I've got some stuff planned on my channel. I miss like I want to do more skits. Like I had a skit like that. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but like I did a skit on my channel like about last year called Characters That Haunt. And it was like I used a Funko Pop that looked like Pennywise. And I did like a 10-minute skit. I love doing skits. Like I love skit comedy. And I love like, like setting the tone and stuff. And I just yes, the it skit. That's what Dragon says. I miss doing skits. I love doing skits. I have so many ideas. I need actors. Like I need like people, but like finding book people like near me that want to do stuff like this is like so hard. And like most of the skits like that I have like in my mind like that I want to do like upcoming I want to do more skits for my channel, and finding people like to do those skits like with, because I would need like more interaction, more people to do them with. Like Dragon, like, or April, like if you guys come down, like I got some skit ideas. Like we need to do some skits. Like I want to do more skits. Like I used to be like really like big like on like writing like skits up, you know, like, and all that, and like now I have like bookish ideas because I've read like so many like books now, and it's just like, man, like I love skit comedy. Like I just feel like it's so much fun. I know Epic Reads like does like their own like little skit comedy stuff, but like I have like ideas, and like some of it's like super corny, but like I just like I want to do some skits. Like I really do. So like that's like why I want to like meet like more people, like, you know, like in this community, because like I want to do like more like collaborating and like skits and stuff. Like it's just I love doing that. And thank you so much, April. I'm so glad you liked it. Like I'm so glad you guys both liked it, because like I worked like a long time like on that skit, because like that was like a 10-minute thing, and I could actually make a sequel to it. I actually kind of like want to play like a sequel to that skit, because I left it like on a cliffhanger. But like I gotta figure out like where I want to go like from here, because like, so it's good as a standalone, because like it kind of, you know, I kind of like I left it to where I could like, yes, community over competition like every single time. Like if without my community, like I would not have like everything that I have like with this channel. Like this community is just so freaking important. So I'm just so glad like that I've like all, like I said, like of all the people like that I've met and everything. And it's just like I've learned so much too. Like one of the best things like about like being like in this community and like being on book Twitter and stuff like that is like you learn dialogue, and you learn things like that you would not have learned like before. Like I feel like I've learned like so much. I feel like I've like learned, and I've grown like as a person, and like I continue to grow because like I now have people like that I can learn from. And it's very like, it's such a rewarding experience. So I mean, I just, you know, it's just wonderful. So things and people stare at you blankly, Dragon. Sometimes I say, is it supposed to be things? Like Katibia or Akatar, etc. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So being a book person can be hard, like when you're around like other people like that don't read the way that you do, you know? Because like they're just like, why are you so upset about this plot line? Like it's just a book. And it's just like, no, my earth is falling around. My world is falling down. And you guys are just carrying on like nothing is happening. And that's really hard, because it's like, and then like, you know, you want everybody else. It's like, you know, yeah, we definitely have our own lingo. Like most people outside the book community don't know like the acronyms, like the ACOTAR, you know, like it's for A Court of Thorns and Roses, and like Akawar is like A Court of Wings and Ruin, and then you have Akamath, which is A Court of Mist and Fury. And like we have so many like acronyms like for books, because like we don't like want to say like the long like titles and stuff, especially if it's like a long title. And so like that makes things like really difficult too, because like if you're external like to the book community, you have no idea what anybody's talking about. And sometimes Googling it doesn't help. You just have to know. It's just hard. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely have our own lingo. But I don't know, I kind of feel like that's fun, like though, because it's like, I don't know. So I learned like, that's like one of the other things like that I learned like from being like a part of a community is like, you know, like you learn like not only like the acronyms, but like, you know, you also like learn like that there's a whole world that you didn't even know that existed until like after like you were like until after like you got like, you know, kind of sucked into it. And that's pretty much what happened. Is like I kind of felt like I was like Alice in Wonder, like Alice like in like wandering around like the internet, and then I kind of fell like into the rabbit hole and ended up in BookTube. I think that's like the best like analogy like that I can honestly say I had. So I don't know. I would be like I don't know. So I and after like a while too, yeah, Kira in Wonderland. Uh, it's like that's also like very triggering for me because like there's like this 50 Shades of Wonderland that Audible keeps recommending to me. And it's like a combination of Alice in Wonderland and 50 Shades of Grey. And it's exactly like what it sounds like. And I'm like, Audible, I don't want to listen to like sex scenes like on like loudspeaker. Cause like, so I love like turning my audiobooks like all the way up. So like that the person like next to me can hear them. Could you imagine like me doing that with 50 Shades in Wonderland? Yeah, April, I did post a picture of that on Twitter, and they've recommended it since then. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, I don't even buy audiobooks like this because people next to me can hear them. Okay? Although, I mean, it might be worth it just for the looks. I mean, could you imagine like like driving like down the road and like there being like like a 50 Shades of like Wonderland going on in your car, and then all of a sudden like the old person like next to you, because Florida's like very old person dominated, like looks at you like, what the hell are you listening to? Could you imagine? It might be worth it for the looks. Maybe that's why they're marketing it to me. Although like, so I don't know if you guys like are familiar like with Florida like at all, but like in Central Florida there is a place called the Villages. Who does she end up with? Yeah, I don't. Dragon's like, I vote for the queen and her. April says, I kind of want to read it. uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say that I'm not curious at all. Okay, because like the combination like of the two, like 50 Shades of Wonderland, like it just sounds interesting. Okay, but at the same time, like I heard it's like more like erotica, like than it is like actually like like progressing like into like more like storyline. And we, as discussed earlier, I like a storyline, but not like so like much of like the adult scene. So it just really depends, like oh man, uh, I guess like maybe like there's a reason like that Audible keeps recommending 50 Shades of Wonderland to me. So I don't know. I don't know. Crazy, just absolute craziness, pretty much. April says, I bet that's the Mad Hatter she ends up with. I don't know, man. Like, I mean, like, this book scene sounds kind of wild. I mean, like, for all we know, she ends up, like, with the Jabberwocky. Who knows, right? Which I don't think that they really discuss, like, the Jabberwocky, like, much like in Alice in Wonderland itself. I think, like, that's, like, more of, like, the short story collection, like, through the Looking Glass. But I don't know if the Jabberwocky was actually, like, in mainstream Alice in Wonderland at all. Dragon says it sounds like she ends up with everyone. Yeah, actually it does. Like it sounds like a really wild book. So yes. Oh man. That's great. Oh, why didn't we start talking about this sooner? Like this is what happens like when you've now spent almost 3 hours on a chat. You really just start kind of talking about like crazy stuff. Oh, I love it. I love that so much. Uh but okay, going back to like what I was talking like about. So like there's a retirement community in Florida called the Villages, and like they ride around on their cars like with different color loofahs, and that tells you like what they're into sexually. Like you guys think I'm making this up, but you guys need to look it up, like the different color like loofahs. And I think I actually have hold on. Okay, let's see if I can find it. Okay, I found the key. So these old people, like they're like, like they're old, they're rich, they're retired, like, whatever. Like they have like parties and stuff like that in the villages, like where like basically you go in like with your husband and wife, and they have, and like they all drop like their keys like into a basket. And I've heard about this. Like I haven't actually been there, but this is like all like stuff that they talk about. Like this is what I hear. But they actually have a like they all like basically like drop like their keys like into a basket. And so like the women go and they pick up the keys, and that's the man they go home with that night. Dragon's like, is what color is your loofah a good pickup line now? Well, in the villages, it's definitely currency. So if you guys Google it, like it's like if you guys Google the villages loofah, you'll find the key. But okay, so white loofahs mean white novices and beginners. So white equals purity. Okay. Purple, voyeur and people who like to watch. Okay. Pink, soft swap, people who like to do it with others in the room. That's the other one. Blue, lowest level of full swap, those who can play well with others. This is actually a thing, okay? Yellow, mid-level swap for those who want to have fun but are still nervous. Black, full swap, those who say what the hell, let's all go down, let it all go down. So black is basically like everything. And then teal is bisexual for those that want to increase their dating chances. Hey, you know what? More power to them. But like this old community, which coincidentally enough, which is no surprise, they are also the STD capital of the world. That's what I hear. That's what everybody talks about. Not that anybody would be surprised, like with the habits or anything, but like more power to them. Like, you know what? You're old, you're feisty, you're still looking for some fun. More power to you. STD capital of the world. Yep. So I don't know, like I just had to mention like this, like after we started talking like about Alice in Wonderland, like I kind of like wanted to share like this, because like this is actually like the villages is a whole culture. Like it's got its own culture, like it's got its like own consistencies, like, and I'm pretty sure like there's a lot of other things like that I don't even know about. Oh, so don't go to the villages and wear, like if you're a woman, don't go like there and wear gold flip-flops, and if you're a guy, don't go like there and wear a flowered shirt, because that tells other people that you enjoy swinging. They have different codes for like everything, and I think I probably don't even know it all. Okay, that's just scratching the surface. Like that's just scratching the surface of it all. So yeah, this is actually a thing. You know, just some crazy stuff, but I figured you guys would be, I figured like, you guys would be very like interested, like to know like that there's actually a community like that does all of this, which like I said, more power to them, no judgment. It's just, it's interesting to see like that they're like that, this like, like in the older communities like that, like that are, like old white communities, like predominantly white, they are like into all of that. So it's just it's interesting to me, like, because like you would think like that, like an older community like that would be very conservative, and they're not at all. Like this is a thing that happens there regularly. And if you go driving like in that area, you will see loofahs on so many cars. That's not a fluke. They meant to do that, and they meant to pick out that color. So like I said, I just figured you guys would be interested in that and those stories, because like, they have a culture all of their own. It's just a culture all of their own. And actually, like, jokes are made about it all the time, because like that's kind of like a thing. But now you guys can like look it up and be very pleasantly entertained, like that there is a community in Florida that is like this. So I figured you guys would be interesting. Oh, that's interesting. So Dragon was really kind enough a few months back to send me Young Miles by Louis McMaster Bujold, and I'm really excited to read that one. It's a science fiction book, and she says like in the Miles book, there is a planet that does this with jewelry down to relationship status, poly, monogamous, rebound, single, etc. You know, I feel like if we all like stuck like to the color coding like of loofahs, we probably would have a much easier time dating because like everybody like would know exactly like where they were at like in a relationship and like where they were at like in status. So, maybe like like the whole loofah thing's like an underrated culture, like, and we really should be like looking at it more like, but instead of like, like what we're into, we do it to denote relationship status, like, like interested, like looking for fun, like that kind of thing. Like it would just be interesting, like, like if we graded ourselves like by the color of our loofahs and be like, oh, you know, like that person's single and looking, like that person's like on the rebound, like, and just like looking for some fun, that person's in an involved relationship. Could you imagine? I mean, that'd be pretty interesting actually. And I think it'd be like, I don't know, I wonder like if it would like decrease like the amount of people like that get like about like the amount of people like that hit on the internet substantially, like if we all included loofahs or like colors of like loofahs like based on relationship status. I don't know, April. I don't know like why they suddenly decided to do like loofahs. Like, I mean, I guess like we wouldn't necessarily have to do like loofahs. Like maybe like we could do like, like gemstones. Like, you know, I mean, we could probably figure something out like that's not a loofah, because like the loofah is kind of triggering to me because like it brings back, like it's just too many like things like, like in that. But Dragon's right. Like it would be great because like then like, we would all know like where we were at with everything, you know? So all right, guys. So I need to take a 5-minute break because I've been at this for 3 hours. So I'm going to go through, give me just a second. And I'm going to put this. Does that show? Hold on. To make sure it shows up first. Okay. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break, like really quick. And I will be right back with you guys because like, 5-minute break. We've been at this for 3 hours. So I will be right back in 5 minutes. Okay. Right back. Okay. Hello. All right, I'm going to take off that banner. Did I unmute? Okay, I unmuted the microphone. Hide that. All right. I am back. I am waiting for the back in 5 minutes thing to go off. Voice was getting raspy. I decided to go and pick up one of my classic kombuchas, Raspberry Rush. This has a little bit of alcohol in it, but not enough like to get me drunk. They do card for it though. It's actually like really healthy because it has probiotics and enzymes in it. So I really love these. Like these are so good. These are by GTS. They actually have like a lot of different flavors, and their kombucha is like fermented tea. So really like these. I drink it with a little straw. But they also coincidentally have a little bit of caffeine in them too, you know, because of black tea and everything. So here we are. But oh, have you guys seen the new trailer for The Mandalorian season 2? Have any of you guys like watched Mandalorian season 1? Yes, kombucha is so good. They have like GTS actually has a couple like different kinds of this. Like they have like one like without any alcohol at all in it, but it has kiwi juice, and that's something like that I can't do very well. So I do like this one because all it has in it is GT's kombucha, kombucha culture, black tea, green tea, cane sugar. This one has raspberry juice. I love raspberry juice, and 100% pure love. So yeah, basically what we have in there. But I love kombucha. So anyway, like, have you guys seen season 2 trailer for The Mandalorian? I don't know if you guys have seen season 1. That's one of the TV shows I really, really love because, you know, Baby Yoda. Who doesn't love Baby Yoda? Baby Yoda. I love Baby Yoda. When they created this character, they were not expecting it to take off the way that it did. If you guys have not watched The Mandalorian, even if you are not a Star Wars fan, you will melt with Baby Yoda. I love Baby Yoda. But season 2, so I don't know how much of you guys like are big Star Wars fans, but I'm like a huge Star Wars nerd. And so like so we call Yoda Yoda because Yoda doesn't actually have a race. Like we don't know like where Yoda came from. The Mandalorian is like really, really good. Like, so if you have an opportunity, like it's really good. Like as far as like, so with a Star Wars, like, you know, all like you have like the Jedi Knights, and most of Star Wars world has always been about the Jedi Knights. But what's really nice about like the Mandalorian is that you don't like really have like a lot of like the, you know, like the Jedi Knight stuff, but like it still does a really good job at making a storyline, and I feel like Baby Yoda like really helped to float the storyline. So I love Baby Yoda. Now Yoda, we don't know who, like Yoda doesn't actually have an origin. Like we don't know really like anything about Yoda. So Yoda's like really kind of fun because like with season 2, like they kind of alluded to the fact like that we might learn more about who Yoda is and like what his race is. I think part of like the allure like for Yoda and like his race is the fact like that they're kind of like the mystical race, like the very powerful mystical race, and like so you don't know like a lot about them, which I think is just kind of like an interesting thing. But like I really want to know like more about that universe, and like not even in the original Star Wars canon do you learn much at all like about like where Yoda's from and like his origins and stuff. And so like I really like want to learn more about Yoda. I really want to learn more about Yoda. Yoda, Yoda, like, so I don't know, like I am a classic Star Wars fan. Like I grew up like watching like the original 3 Star Wars movies, like back from like the 1970s. And I've always loved those. Like I didn't like mind the prequels, like episodes like 1 through 3, you know, much at all. But Yes, April says that Yoda is such an icon. So an icon. Like, I love Yoda. Like, Yoda is just so amazing. But like, he's mystical, like, and so you don't like know his like background and stuff. But we need to know like more about Yoda. Like, we need to know like that, because Baby Yoda, that's not what he's like. That's like what everybody calls him, but like we don't know like what his race is called. You know, like we don't know like where he's from, or like what planet, like if they have a planet, like, and why there's so few of them, or like what happened with all that. Like, there's got to be a story there somewhere, and I kind of like want to know what it is. And I really like him though. It's really interesting. And so I read last year, like around this time, I read they have the original Thrawn books. Like Timothy Zahn wrote Thrawn books, like that actually like take place like episodes like that are supposed to like take place like directly like after like episodes like 4, 5, and 6, which were the original three. And you meet Khan, because it's the Khan trilogy. And this is like why I like wish like that the newest three movies like would have gone like with the original canon books, because like, so you have Ben in the newer Star Wars trilogy, which I ended up liking him like by the third by this most recent movie I ended up liking him. But in the original Star Wars canon, Ben was actually Luke's son in the original Star Wars canon, and he was Ben Skywalker from Luke's son. But in the original Star Wars canon, Han and Leia had twins that were very powerful in the Force. So I'm kind of like really like upset like that they didn't continue on like with that storyline, because like Khan, um, not Khan, is it Khan? Yeah. Um, no, I'm talking. No, Khan is. What am I doing? Khan is Star Trek. Because I'm thinking like of the Wrath of Khan. Geez, guys, this is how you know it gets getting kind of like late. Okay, let's see. Reading challenges from 2019, because I read it last year. And I'm waiting for it to load. Kylo Ren. Yes, Kylo Ren. Thank you, April. See, this is like why I need you guys. I really do. Let's see. Because I read them last year, an audiobook. And Goodreads is taking forever to load, coincidentally. Let's see. Let's see. Age of an Empire. Age of Empire. I'm just gonna Google Timothy Zahn Star Wars, because Okay. So the books like in the series like that I'm talking about is Heir to an Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. Thrawn. That's like why I got confused, because Khan rhymes with Thrawn, so that's like why I got confused. But it's actually the Thrawn trilogy, and I feel like Thrawn, like for the newer like Star Wars, like was a totally missed opportunity, because he was like a general like that was blue with glowing red eyes, and like he was very like strategic. He was very strategic, and I feel like that was like that was like such an amazing thing. Now, Timothy Zahn had written an original trilogy that took place like after episodes 4, 5, and 6, which is the newest like books, like which is the older books like from the original canon, from Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. Now, most recently, Timothy Zahn has now written newer books that I believe take place after episodes 1, 2, and 3. and it takes place after episode 3 with Thrawn like in an earlier version. And I haven't read those because like those are like, I believe like that's, I don't know like if that's them redoing the canon or what, but like there's so much like unexplored territory. So like Disney, because like so Dragon asks, are Zahn's new books canon? Okay, so I'm gonna address like this also. So I, I've actually been thinking about doing like a video like on the Star Wars books because like I've been exploring like more of them, and this is the thing is like it depends like where you like where like what you kind of like in the Star Wars universe, because I feel like that there's something in the Star Wars universe for like everyone. And there's like people like who like the Knights of the Old Republic who were like more like into the Sith Lords, and like so sometimes like they'll make references like to the Sith Lords, like Darth Plagueis was a Sith Lord that mastered death. There's also like books like if you're wanting like to know like how Luke and how Skywalker, how Han Solo and Leia finally got together. There's actually a book on that as well. So, but like let's say like for example like that you are interested in the Star Wars books like from the original series standpoint, right? So let me hold on one second. Let me I have the books like, and the actual like mass market paperback books like the newer ones actually have a timeline on the beginning of the book, and it lists every single solitary Star Wars book in timeline order. So give me just a second. I'm gonna go get, oops, I'm just yanked that out of my ear. Give me just a second. Okay. Okay, so I just grabbed a bunch of them. Most of like the ones like that I have like so when Disney did like the newest trilogy for Star Wars, like they totally like messed up the original canon. So like now like they're making all these new books for this whole new canon. But I like the original canon. Like I'm an old school Star Wars kind of girl. So like if like, I know it's like not gonna be like super like high definition, but like this is Darth Plagueis. This is like the one I told you guys about. I still am working my way through the Star Wars books, but if you guys look like there's like this nice like little timeline in here that gives like a bunch of like descriptions like on like books as far as timeline goes. And the nice thing about the Star Wars books is you can basically pick up wherever you want. Okay, you can basically pick up like wherever you want. It just depends like what you're interested in. Now, not all the books that are written out there are good. Like I've done some like research, and like some of the like the ones like that are out there have lower star ratings. So there is like one it's called The Dawn of the Jedi Into the Void. That one is actually revolves around the origins of the Jedis. Okay, they actually like have the Lost Tribe of the Sith, the Collected Stories, which is a short story collection which gives you the origins of the Sith. And that's kind of like, like that's a 20. So okay, we're going into a whole Star Wars thing though. So there's one thing that you guys have to understand like about Star Wars is that, so I'm going to equate this like to Christianity because like this is the easiest like way for me like to think of like how to do it. So we have BC and we have AD, right? So oh, the one I'm holding, this is Darth Plagueis. This is the Knights of the Old Republic. This is Star Wars Legends. Like this is about like the one like that could abstain from having death come to him. Like he's a Sith, and he's able like to kind of like control everything. Okay, so back to like the discussion like about BC and AD. So we consider like the crucifixion of Christ, like like everything like that like is a milestone like in our history, like, and we mark everything by that particular event. Okay, so it's like AD and BC, right? BC and AD. So in the Star Wars world, okay, there is there's a big event that happens like in the original Star Wars episode where the Death Star is destroyed. Okay, so we have the Death Star being destroyed, right? So there is this. So the timeline goes based off of that. That is considered like the equivalent. That first time the Death Star is destroyed in that original episode is kind of like the crucifixion, kind of like if I'm equating like everything to a timeline. And so like you have like that milestone. So like everything that happens before and after like that, like year zero is the first time that the Death Star is destroyed, because it's the first time like that, you know, you realize like that the Empire is fallible, like they can be defeated, they can be destroyed. So when you discuss like the Star Wars timeline, like I can't like say anything about discussing like the Star Wars timeline like without like discussing like what the significance of the timeline is. So the like the very first episode of you know, like the original Star Wars episode, which is technically episode 4, but it's the very first movie like that ever came out for Star Wars, that's like year zero. Okay, so basically you have like the years leading up to that, and then you have the years leading beyond that. So like even Star Wars has a whole timeline like regarding to it, and this is based off the original canon, not the new one. But so if you guys are interested in the original canon, you actually can go through like they have like books like for like the Phantom Menace, they have books like for the Attack on Clones, they have the Clone Wars. I'm pretty sure like if you guys googled the timeline, you probably could find this on there. But yeah, so like the Star Wars world has its own timeline. So I feel like that's very significant too. Now, I happen to be a huge fan of the Sith Lords. Like I've always been a huge fan of the Sith Lords. So for me, I don't feel like that there's necessarily like a right answer for like where the best place is to start for the Star Wars books. Basically, what are you interested in? Like, do you want to know more about the do you like want the books like that coincide like with the movies, you know? Or do you like want to read more about like the Knights of the Old Republic, which is basically like the Star Wars, a lot of the Star Wars Legend books like this, like one. This is Darth Plagueis, which is from the Knights of the Old Republic. And then we also have like a few of these other like ones, which is this is a trilogy, and it's called Darth Bane. And there's 3 books in like this, and this is part of the Star Wars Legends, which is also part of the Knights of the Old Republic. And the Knights of the Old Republic has to do like with the original Sith Lords, which they're actually discussing creating like a TV series for the Knights of the Old Republic. So I think that's like also like really notable as well. But like let's say like you're interested like in a lot of like these Sith Lords, so you have like all of these really awesome like old school Star Wars books. Like that, you know, like if you're interested like in that. And then they also have like these are also Knights of the Old Republic, which is Star Wars the Old Republic, and then also the Old Republic, which is Star Wars Legends. So I think it just really depends like where you want to start, you know, like with Star Wars, like for as far as like I know that's like a really broad answer, but the fact of it is like as far as like where you start like with Star Wars, I don't feel like there's like actually like a right answer for that. So I don't know, like I kind of like want to do like a full video, like you can go in like more into detail like with this, because like it's just that there's so much to Star Wars, and like you really like I did like a lot of research like going into like to this, because like I had to figure out like what these timelines meant, like why they were significant. So like Darth Plagueis actually takes place, the one I showed you, during year 67, which is 67 years before the Death Star is destroyed for the first time. Now, the Knights of the Old Republic takes place in the year 3650, which is 3,650 years before the Death Star is destroyed. Okay? Darth Bane takes place like 2,000 years basically later at 1,032. You know, like for Darth Bane, like which is actually like 1,032 years before the Death Star is destroyed. Now, I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay. And then we have, let's see, where's year 0? So Star Wars episode 4, which is A New Hope, is year 0. Okay. So like that's like the significance of the year 0. And then you have episode 5, which takes place during year 3, which is 3 years after the destruction of the Death Star. And they have like little stories like in between there also. So I actually, like, if I were you, like figure out like where you want to start, because like they're all pretty accessible. Like you don't have to like read like one book and be expected like to know everything like in that book. It's just a certain portion of the canon. So basically, like, I mean, it just really depends like what you're like what aspect you're really interested in, because like year 4 years after the Death Star is destroyed is Return of the Jedi, which is with Luke Skywalker, like when he really starts like to show his true colors, like, you know, as being a Jedi. And then you have the New Republic, you know, like, so, and there's so many like books like in between like all of these other books too. So it's just, there's just a lot to the Star Wars world. It's kind of confusing because like I was so confused going into this. Like, where do I start? Like, what do I start reading? So I just figured, like, I was just like, well, I've seen the original movies. So like I started like with the Thrawn trilogy. The original Thrawn trilogy, like that came out by Timothy Zahn, and that was actually a great place for me to start because like I already had the basis of watching the original movies, and it kind of gave me like a good feel for um like like what else like the original canon had to offer. So I mean, if it were me, like I would probably start like with the original 3, you know. I don't, was that helpful? Like did I help, like, or did I make it worse? Because like I want to make sure like that I don't know. Because like they do actually have like the original, like, you know, 3 Star Wars books also, which is like Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising. Oh, I'm sorry, those are the Thrawn trilogy again. But yeah, so like they do have like books like that coincide like with each one of the Star Wars movies too. And then like there's a bunch of sub books like that go in between like those, like for sub stories. Okay. Good. I'm glad I helped, because understand like the original Star Wars canon, like there's so much to it. And that's like why I wanted to understand like why I like wanted to explain like what year 0 meant in the Star Wars universe. Like the destruction of the Death Star is so significant to the Star Wars universe because everything revolves around, everything leading up to everything like that happened like in the Star Wars world leads up to this destruction of the first destruction of the Death Star, and everything that happens like after like words like that is such a mind altering situation. Yeah, you know, like they actually have books. Like I said, like not all of the books are good. Like you probably should like go through like and look up like star ratings and stuff, because there's like a lot of Star Wars books, like especially like the one like about like the origins like of the Jedi did not get like, according to like a lot of the reviews, like it's not very good reviews. The ones like for the Sith Lords, like the short stories for like the Siths, like which are like 2 of the like the very first books like in the timeline, have actually gotten a lot better reviews. And I'm actually like, so I'm kind of, I like the Sith Lords. I think like they're a lot more interesting. Like the things that they can do, like they're a lot like they have a lot better, wider, expanded abilities like than Jedi do. Because Jedi, like, you know, like they let things be, like they go with the flow and stuff like that. Darth Plagueis can control like life and death. I mean, this is like why I actually prefer Sith Lords, because I feel like they have such a more interesting character arc than Jedis do. But that's just me. So like, I mean, you can actually like, if you like want to know like more about the Star Wars legacy, like there's 7 books that follow Luke and Leia's kids. There's 7 books that follow their kids. Like this timeline like that I showed you, this is like one of the earlier books. This doesn't even show like all the books like that are currently existing out like there for the original canon. Now those 7 books like that are for like the original Star Wars, like for, like that follow Luke's kids. They didn't get the best ratings, but I'm still interested in reading them because like I kind of like want to know, like Luke in the books got married and had kids. Like you never heard about that like in the TV, like in the movies, like, and it's like that's like why I think like the expanded universe like for Star Wars is just so interesting, because like there's so many things like that you don't get to learn like in the movies, like, which is like why I think like like if you're a huge Star Wars fan, like I would go like with the original canon, because personally like I didn't like the fact like that Disney messed with the original canon so much that they now have to produce a bunch of new books that Disney, like all the newer books like that are coming out have to do with a new canon, okay, which is like they're coming out like with a ton of new books like that have to do like with the new canon because Disney messed it up. Disney did. And I'm kind of salty about it because like there's so many other places. Like we need a Thrawn trilogy. I want a Thrawn trilogy so bad because he's like a mastermind. He's good, like, and I feel like, so like when the books like were written for the Thrawn trilogy, like they were like really, really old, you know? And so April, you said you're more interested in Sith, so you probably would be interested like in Darth Plagueis and like Darth Bane and the Old Republic, because the Old Republic really focuses like on the original Sith and the original Sith, because Jedi's originally like they were the underdog, you know, like, and the Sith were the ones like that ruled over everything. Like they were the more powerful of the two classes, of the two like classes. So if you like Sith, then go with the Old Republic, and you don't have to like necessarily know like more like what the movies have told you in order to get into it. So I just feel like I'm just such a Star Wars geek, like, and I really like want to sit down like and read more of these. I'm hoping like to get to more of like these like next year, like, because I have all of these beautiful Star Wars books and I just haven't gotten to them yet. But I really like, I also like want to like know more about like Luke's kids, because apparently like I think it was Ben was fighting like his like inner like, you know, dark side, which is pretty equivalent like to what happened like in the movies, but in the movie, like the new movie like that Disney did, they made Ben Luke and Leia's son, which is not what happened in the books. Like it's totally different. And you guys caught me on a huge Star Wars rant. So yeah, that's pretty much, I can seriously talk about Star Wars like all day. I love Star Wars. Like I grew up with Star Wars. Another science fiction series like that I love, like that they don't like, that people don't like really talk about enough, because it seems like everybody like is either like a Star Wars fan or like they are a Star Trek fan. But how many people sit down and talk about Stargate? Okay, Stargate was so good. Like I'm such a science fiction fan. Like when it comes to like the Stargate was so good. Like you had like a gate like that took you like to all of these worlds, and like you got to like learn about all of these like different worlds, like, you know, like, and like basically like the main team, like what they were explorers, and it's so, Stargate was just so interesting. I feel like it's so up there like with Star Wars and like Stargate. I mean, I feel like Stargate's like so up there like with Star Wars and Star Trek like that, and it's so like under discussed, because like it's like you have like I said, like, you know, you have either Star Wars fans or you have Stargate or Star Trek fans, and it's like you don't like really have a lot of people like that talk about Stargate. And I know it's like an older series, but like if you guys have not watched Stargate, like I think all of the seasons are available on Hulu. So I would definitely recommend it, like if you guys are like into science fiction series like along the same vein as like Star Trek or Star Wars, because they're just really good. Now they did have a couple branch off series like for Stargate, but they have Stargate SG-1, which is where you should start, because Stargate Atlantis came after, and it actually implements like a lot of the characters like that were in Star Wars. I mean, I can't believe I just said that. That were in Stargate SG-1. So like a lot of the main characters, but yeah, so I definitely highly recommend. I don't know like if you guys have like Hulu you know, subscriptions or not, but like Hulu's actually got like a lot of really awesome stuff on it. Like they have yes, Dragon says loves Stargate. That's awesome. But yeah, like I feel like we don't talk about Stargate enough. I feel like we're always discussing like Star Wars and like Star Trek, and like I don't know. I just think Stargate is such a fascinating like world, and like it's so interesting. They have like something like that they call like the Asgards, and yes, April, you definitely should. Now, like the first season's like pretty violent, because originally like seasons 1 through 5, I think it was on Showtime, and Showtime has like a lot of like darker stuff. Like they always did like the Outer Limits and everything else. But Stargate like was like, so the first episode like had like nudity and stuff like that, because like it was originally like on Showtime. I don't know, like I don't know if it'll show it like on Hulu, but like, you know, I mean, you pretty much like learn. Now if you're going, April, if you're going to watch Stargate, there is a movie, and I think that's I might be on Netflix, I'm not sure, but watch the movie first, because everything that happens like in the series stems from the movie. So you definitely should watch the movie first and then go on to the series, SG1, because like basically like the movie like sets the foundation, and if you like the movie you're gonna love the series, because Richard Dean Anderson, he was the original the MacGyver, the original MacGyver, like in the original series, and he plays like this smart ass like military guy like in Stargate SG1, and I love his character. Like he's kind of a comic relief, and it's just so much fun. I just really like him. And then you have Daniel, who in the movie is played by James Spader. And then you have Kurt Russell actually plays Richard Dean Anderson's character in the movie. So he plays it's been a long time since I watched that series, but I really, really loved it. Like when I was watching, I didn't get a chance to finish it. It's like another, like I said, I'm famous like for not finishing series, but it's so good. Like you definitely should check that one out. So good. But yeah, Dragon, did you feel lost like with the fact that you didn't start with the movie? I'm kind of curious because like I grew up watching the movie. I watched the movie like consistently, like on a like all the time. Like and then like when I found out like that they were making a series, like I got really, really excited. Like I was like that science fiction geek that like collected like all of like the trading cards for Stargate and everything. Like I was hardcore like Stargate fan. And like I like I love Star Wars too, but like I grew up in a very geeky family, so oh yeah. Cable like messes stuff up. I'm so glad we are so privileged to have streaming services like now, because we can watch stuff in order. Like when cable TV happened, you know, like when you used to have cable TV, if you were not like right on top of that series, you would miss stuff because it was not in order like when they re-aired it, and it's so frustrating. So we definitely have a lot more privilege like now, because like we are able to watch things in order, which is so important like if you're trying to understand something, because if you watch an episode like that's like, you know, 2 seasons down the line, like it could spoil you for stuff like that's earlier, and it's just kind of frustrating. Yes, April says and binge. Yes, definitely. Dragon says that she's good picking up in the middle. Yeah, definitely. So like, you know, like when you enjoy a series, like it's not like not that big of a deal, you know, like, and growing up, like you didn't like really like know a difference, but like, you know, now like that we have streaming services, it's like more noticeable. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it would bother me. I feel like it bothers me like more than it did then, because like when I was younger, I didn't know the difference because we didn't have streaming services that allowed us to binge stuff and also watch it in order. Yeah, that's so true. Dragon says if you end up watching the same Thanksgiving special 20 times with cable. That's absolutely true. Buffy, yes. Oh my God. Yes, that's absolutely true. um so but like Buffy like but see like Buffy like was one of those shows like that I was always on top of. So like I never like that was like another thing too. Like unless you were on top of it, like you know, like you came in the middle of it. So like I don't know, like there were some shows like that I just like I was always on top of, and I feel like Buffy was one of them. But I don't know, like growing up, like I loved Full House, and I loved Family Matters. Family Matters was so good. Like so many like TV sitcoms like were just so underutilized, like so under like I don't know, like I just man, I love them so much. It's just, and I know like they're trying to revive like a lot of this stuff, but like I know some of it like Fuller House actually didn't do a terrible job like with reviving Full House. Like I didn't absolutely hate it, but like I didn't feel like I don't know, like I didn't feel like it was the original. I feel like it, you know, like they definitely had to update it like to make it more current, but Dragon says I watched Nick at Night growing up. Yes. Oh man, the Keenan and Kel show, all that, Are You Afraid of the Dark? All those shows, Kablam. Do you guys remember Kablam? Kablam like was old school. Like you had like it was a comic book, and then you had like different like comic books like that you followed like every week, like different story like lines like that maybe like lasted about like 5 minutes each. And that was so much fun. Like it was such a zany, like wild TV show. Yes, Nick at Night was so good. Oh no, wait, hold on. Nick at Night. I'm thinking of Saturday Night Nickelodeon. That's what I'm thinking of. Saturday Night Nickelodeon, like where you had like Are You Afraid of the Dark? Nick at Night was good though too, because like um they had like a lot of like I Dream of Jeannie and stuff, but like now like that's like where they have Family Matters and now. So I actually didn't watch much of Brady Bunch or All in the Family. Like I was usually consumed like with watching like rewatching like Stargate and Star Wars. So yeah, that's I was kind of like that was kind of my thing. Yes. So um yeah, I did too. So like when I was like like anything like before like I like 12 years old, like I was like in the house like all the time. Yes, Bewitched. So like I basically like grew up like on TV. Like I didn't read much. Like I read like a little bit like Animorphs and Goosebumps here and there and some Babysitter's Club, which was okay, but you know, I Love Lucy was such a classic. Like I this to me like the signature like I Love Lucy was like her like stuffing the chocolate in her mouth like on the conveyor belt. And if you go like to Jamestown, New York, like where she is, yes, I love nighttime. But see, like I was like we had movie channels like growing up because like I had my biological father like he worked like two jobs. So like we had like satellite television and everything. So like I basically grew up on TV because I had like a lot of options and I was very fortunate to have those options because I know a lot of other people didn't have those options, but like um it was just I mean like that was pretty much like I got educated like the TV. Yeah. So dragons like watching TV and sleeping were basically synonyms for me. Yeah, basically. I man, I loved Pretty Woman growing up. I still love Pretty Woman growing up. Like I remember like I used to stay up like late. Like if Pretty Woman was on, I wasn't going to bed that night. I loved Julie Roberts, Richard Gere, like from like a young age. And you know, I actually like I was never censored like as a kid. Like I mean I watched what I wanted. That was just how I grew up. And I like the fact that I wasn't censored because like it made me I feel like in my adult years like I'm like a lot I'm like really open-minded like and it doesn't you know I'm not saying like necessarily like that you wouldn't be open-minded like if you know you were censored but like I feel like I don't know I feel like it's it definitely helped like I don't feel like it like, contributed to my development you know so but I mean I loved I really I really loved TV and it was like such a great like passive like way like so I feel like there's active like you know like engagement like with devouring stories which I feel like kind of like reading is like more of an active form of you know devouring stories. I feel like video games are more of an active form of devouring stories. I feel like TV is like a passive form of devouring stories, but I still feel like but they're all like completely like valid like ways to devour stories, you know. So I really like I appreciate like the passive like way to devour those stories like through television because like I mean I've had depression like on and off like since I was like 7 or 8 years old, which you know has kind of been like a big thing for me. So like me being able to escape through like a passive like story like passive like you know story consumption like TV was like such a wonderful perfect escape and allowed me like to you know like escape like me having like the like that depression like I mean you know Dragon says I was allowed to watch Nickelodeon, Buffy, Angel, Xena, and I snuck in MTV. Oh, and Stargate. Um, so my mom was actually a huge fan of Kevin Sorbo, Hercules, and Xena, and so I grew up watching those with her. I really, really liked watching those. Like I did, they were just so much fun, you know. And like Xena, like you know, she was like such a head like that show was so ahead of its time because like you had a strong female superhero and it was so refreshing. And I loved it just so much. And then like you also had like the Greek mythology, like the Greek and mythology like that was in both of those, and it was just so good. I love Nickelodeon. Like I grew up on Rugrats. I love Rugrats. Like Rugrats were awesome. Angry Beavers was a lot of fun too. No, like it. like Dragon said, they didn't that Hercules and Xena didn't take themselves too seriously, and I definitely agree with that. Like they definitely didn't. Yes, Xena was awesome. I loved Xena. I like the fact like that like so it's kind of funny because like my mom, she's like growing up, like you didn't like really have like a lot of like representation for like women, like female relationships, like sapphic relationships. And Xena and Gabrielle like was a early representation on TV, like that kind of like glazed over like the sapphic relationship, but like it still had a sapphic relationship. And because like you didn't see like a lot of that, like like growing up, like like you really didn't think about like the fact like that, like there was a female relationship, but they did. They had Gabrielle and Xena had a female relationship on Xena, and it was really refreshing to see that because you didn't really see like that much during the time those videos were like that show was on. They didn't have a lot of that, so I mean it was really nice to see that they had that. And yeah, like a lot of TV shows like now are very like, so like it seems like we don't have like something like like that's kind of goofy like in the middle like much anymore. Like there are a few shows I feel like maybe like that are like less mainstream like that, like we have, but it seems like most TV shows like nowadays, like they are either really funny like sitcoms or like they're really serious, and like there's like not a lot of in between shows. Yeah, Buffy. I feel Buffy like started off like really serious, and then as time went on, like it got like funnier, like and goofier. Because like I mean, like in the later episodes, especially like after like it got taken off of WB and went to Sci-Fi, Sci-Fi ended up like kind of like making it like a lot goofier because that's a Sci-Fi brand. Like Sci-Fi has like a lot of goofy stuff that they have on their channel. I just feel like that's part of their brand. So, you know, so Dragon said that she loves the Gilmore Girls. Gilmore Girls was actually like not one that I watched a lot of. I watched some of it, but I don't know, like I was always like more of the sci-fi nerd. Like I didn't like deal like with as much contemporary as I did with like a science fiction and fantasy and that kind of thing. Yeah, I'll have to because like I know I still don't watch a ton of TV. I'm still more of a book fan. I used to watch a lot more TV, but I think like because I watched so much TV like when I was a kid, like now I'm overcompensating like with reading, and I'm reading more like than I'm watching TV. I still watch some TV, but like not nearly as much. Um, and there's I don't know, like I'll probably eventually get around to Gilmore Girls, but Dragon said the humor makes more sense now that I'm not 15. Yeah, I could imagine like that because like some of like the more adult humor and stuff in Gilmore Girls. Um, so yeah, I don't know, like I still like there's so many series like that I still have to finish. Like I still have to finish Umbrella Academy, like the newest season of that season 2. I still like want to go back to The Boys. Have you guys watched The Boys? Like The Boys like is an Amazon Prime series, and it's so good. It's like what if corporate owned superheroes? And corporations tend to be pretty corrupt. So like by default, like the superheroes are super corrupt, and like everything's a marketing scheme. It's great. Like it's so amazing. It's also very bloody and violent, so disclaimer. So like definitely like, keep an eye out for that, but a lot of the references. Okay, yeah. I'm sure. Like, I don't know. When you're like a kid, like, things don't always like I mean, I know like when I was a kid, like things like, didn't make as much sense as I do now. Like hindsight's always like 2020 though. So I mean like if you go like back and like, like reevaluate something or like rewatch something, like you always like realize like there's things that you miss. So yes, April, like it's very bloody, it's very violent, but it's like, so I don't know, I really love the concept of that though, like in The Boys, because like I said, I've been on a superhero kick lately, and The Boys is just so amazing. Like everybody that I know that has watched The Boys has absolutely loved The Boys. Like it is just such a great TV show. It's very bloody, it's very gory, but like, I mean, superheroes, like, if I feel like The Boys is really like realistic, like though, because think about it, like if there were superheroes that existed here now, a corporation would be looking for ways to make money off of them. That's just how it would be. So then you have, like, corrupt superheroes because the corporations are corrupt, and you have people like that, like, of course the corporations have to show like that. Yeah, Dragon, I don't think The Boys like would be your thing, because like I know that you prefer, like, I don't know, like it's very intense and it's very bloody and violent. So yeah, it's pretty much like The Boys. I would definitely say was probably like classifying it as a grimdark is probably like, a very good classification for it, because it definitely is very like gritty and dark. And there's also like a trigger like warning like in there for like sexual harassment. So that happens like during like the first few episodes of season 1. And it's pretty, it's really intense. Like, I mean, you just have to be prepared. Like, if you're watching The Boys is just really, really, really intense, So, but like, so I feel like if The Boys like were to exist, like if there were superheroes like now, like corporations would be looking like how to make money off of them, and like they'd have an agenda and they'd have things that they want to do, because like the corporations have to sell it, so like they're gonna have to give like the superheroes like schedules, like, oh, like team ups are such a big thing, like, you need to team up with this superhero, which is something like that happens kind of consistently like in The Boys. Like there's also like a lot of really cool like twists and turns and stuff. And I just recently heard like that The Boys is actually doing like releasing like one episode at a time for season 2, and I'm really glad that I'm waiting to watch that, because like I want to be able to binge that one. Okay. Oh, another like really good series, like completely like off topic, but like another like really good series, like if you guys like are looking for like a good TV series for Amazon Prime, is The Marvelous Miss Maisel. Okay. It's about a 1950s housewife that does stand-up comedy, and it is fabulous. Like it is so good. Um, let's see. Dragon asks, has anyone watched Ratched yet? I've heard of it. I think it has Sarah Paulson in it, and it's a Netflix exclusive, I believe. And I think it looks like it's kind of a darker, show. So, oh, Dragon says Miss Maisel is the writers of Gilmore Girls. I heard that. Marvelous Miss Maisel is so good. Like though, so basically, like Miss Maisel, like she comes home and she's like the perfect housewife. Like she's Jewish, and like so she like has like a Jewish lifestyle. She has family, like like her family's like very tight knit, and Marvelous Miss Maisel is like, it's so amazing. Like if you like something like really super humorous, like, so being a stand-up comedian in the 1950s as a female is completely like unheard of. Like there was like nobody else like to rival Miss Maisel like in this. And yeah, it's really awesome like that there's Jewish rep in it. That's what Dragon said. So I really love, like I love it so much, like, and it's so funny, like I barrel over laugh. Like I believe like they have 3 seasons out for it, and the 4th season should be coming out like again usually like in December, like that they have the seasons like that come out, and they're so good. I love The Marvelous Miss Maisel. Like the first episode, there is nudity. Just letting you guys know, because like whatever. But it's so good. So she's like the perfect housewife, and her husband, who she's been like with for like a really like long time, ends up like leaving her for his secretary, and she gets really drunk, and then she ends up doing stand-up comedy, and that's kind of like where it all starts, and then like it kind of progresses from there, and it's just such a fabulous show, and it's so funny. Oh, Dragon says The Crown is really good too. I have not watched that one actually. I think that if I remember right, like I think I've seen that around, like, and I'm not sure like if it has to do like with England or what, but like I'm not really too familiar with the Crown. I've seen Glow, and I believe I actually have not seen Glow, but I believe Glow had to do like with roller skaters. I think that's like I think that was a thing like with roller skaters. So yeah, we had Glow with roller skaters, which I think is like really cool. If you guys are coming in like to the stream, like feel free like to jump in like to the conversation like anytime you guys want. I mean, this is not like a just an exclusive conversation. You guys can like hang out too. So let's see. Or you can be passive, it doesn't matter. You don't have to say anything. Ooh, the Queen and 80s female wrestlers. That's really cool. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought Glow was roller skaters, but it's not. It's female wrestlers. I think okay. Yep. That if I remember right, that was a Netflix exclusive series. And the Queen, I believe, is the Queen of England, if I remember right. Now that Dragon is so generously refreshing my memory because it's almost midnight and I'm usually in bed by 8 o'clock. But welcome, if you're here. So okay, good. Okay, so I got that right this time. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't like really, like I said, watch a ton of TV. There's just not enough hours in a day. Like I have so many books like that I want to read, so much TV I want to watch. I still need to finish like the Umbrella Academy. I'm still like going through like my watch of watching every Studio Ghibli film I can get my hands on. Um, just one thing at a time, trying not to like, overwhelm myself. I pretty much at this point, like I'm just trying to do like what I feel like doing because like, I seem to get more enjoyment out of it. Like when I do stuff like that I'm in the mood to do, like versus just doing stuff because like I feel like I have to do it or it's like on the agenda. But it's just fun stuff to do. So yeah, I guess it's so awesome. Like we've been on here for almost 4 hours. I'm good. I'm good. I got my kombucha over here. So April said there are too many shows and books, and I go by mood too. Yeah, there are so many, and there's more good shows coming out all the time. It's like, how do you choose like which show you want to pick up and which one you don't? Because I feel like at some point you have to pick which shows are more important to you to watch, and like like what you like the most. So and then Dragons, like I basically gave up TV for books. Yeah, that's essentially what I did. I watched some TV here and there, but like I don't really like watch TV nearly as much as I used to, but like there's still so many good things that are out there. Yeah. So Dragon said, I think the situation has let a lot of people catch up. Yeah, I agree with that too. I think like that, like with everything, like especially like that's been going on. So, yeah, since no new TV, because like they're not like really like able to like film like right now because of everything that's going on. They're gonna have to figure out like a new like if things like don't settle down, Hollywood's not gonna sit there and be stationary. Like they're gonna have to figure out like new ways to do it. Like for example, like with Ryan Reynolds, who's doing filming like right now, he is getting tested daily. So like I mean, or maybe like I mean probably like daily, like and like making sure like that everything's good. And I wonder like that's probably going to be like a new norm because most of these companies like that are filming TV shows are not going to stay stationary forever. They're going to want to continue on because people like are at home like right now and they're going to want new stuff to watch. They're going to want, I mean, you have to give people something to do like if they're going to be stuck at home. And so like I feel like that's like one of the reasons like why books are like have become like such a big thing. Like they were big before, but like they're even bigger now because for a long time, like when everything first started happening here, you didn't really have like it seems like everything just kind of got cast to the wayside. Um, and like so like the only like new thing that was like really coming out for quite a while was books. Like and even books for like a little bit, like when everything first hit, like they were delaying like publishing tours and stuff like that. And so like they got delayed, which actually like during like that month that everything got delayed, like I actually had an opportunity like to read like a ton of books. So um yeah, and a lot of people have returned to school too. Definitely agree with that. So I don't know, like it's just now that like they're not delaying like publishing dates like anymore, because like they did that for about a month and then like they realized like that, hey, we got too many books coming out, so we gotta do something with them. So like now that they're just kind of like doing like like they figured out like what to do like with that, so we still have like a lot of books coming out, and you really just still don't have a lot of movies coming out, and the movies that you do have coming out, like they're not all extremely accessible. Like Disney's tried to do like what they could like with making movies more accessible, but most people still don't want to go like to the theater like to watch movies. So I mean, it's made it like really hard. I mean, like, unfortunate like that. We have a drive-in, but like, like, and I feel very comfortable going to watch new movies at a drive-in, but I would not feel very comfortable going to a theater, like a regular walk-in theater. I know, like, go ahead and give people what they want. I think the problem like is like Hollywood hasn't figured out like, because I'm waiting for Wonder Woman 1984 to come out. I want to see Wonder Woman like really, really badly, but Wonder Woman is still not out yet. I want to watch it. And they've delayed the release date of it because, like, Hollywood wants to make sure that they make plenty of money off of it. And I feel like Hollywood has not figured out how to make money off of it. Like, and still make the type of money that they were making, like, that they were making, like, in theaters. So we're just going to have to continue to wait for Wonder Woman to come out. Well, April says, I wonder if the drive-ins will make a comeback. I actually heard like that some of the Walmarts might be turning like their parking lots like into drive-in theaters, which I kind of think would be really interesting of them to do. I mean, they could do it like late, especially like late at night. Like close off like half the parking lot, but like then you'd have to figure out like how to keep people like from, like driving past, like and like not being able to see it. Um, I mean, I would like to see more drive-ins because, like, with the way things are like right now, drive-ins are a really good and safe option to go see new movies. Like that's how I watched Tenet like several weeks ago, was from going to the drive-in because, like, Tenet was like Tenet was one of my most anticipated movies of the year, and I'm so glad they released it because I actually did really enjoy that movie. I did a full review on that for anybody that hasn't seen it. Non spoiler free, of course, but you should go to the drive-in, definitely. Like, especially if it just to get yourself out of the house, because like I feel like I feel like sometimes it's nice just to go out. Like with everything that's going on. Like I don't make it of course like with everything that's going on, I do not make it a habit to go out like everywhere, but like it's nice to just get out of the house for just a little while. You know? Just to go out and do something. Like I mean, I've even enjoyed going grocery shopping. That's something like I didn't enjoy like, last year. Yes, drive-ins are fun and they're safe, and you don't even have to leave your car. Hi, John. Thank you so much for saying happy birthday. That's awesome. Like I'm so glad. Like also like it gives people like a chance like to kind of get out of the house for like a little bit too, which is so important. And farms like would be a really perfect place like to do it too because you have a really big open field. That's awesome. I think drive-ins really should make a comeback. Like though I see I've always like been like into the whole retro feel like of stuff, and I feel like drive-ins like are such a good way like to experience like the retro. Like if there's a theater like locally like that like has a retro feel to it, I would rather go to that than like something like that has a modern feel to it because I like the old style feel to stuff. So like to me like drive-ins like just they have that old feel. It's just really nice. I know. I miss going to the movies. Like so I was like that person like that would go like to movie like the latest movie like showing by myself at a theater. I mean, who cares like if you're going by yourself, right? Because like I mean, I basically took myself out on dates. That's basically what I did, and I enjoyed going like to the movie theater myself because I had to sit where I wanted, and like I got to like stay like there as long as I wanted, and like usually like so I actually did like that for Crimson Peak. It was like the very like last night it was out. and I was dying to see it. It has Tom Hiddleston in it, and it's a gothic romance that is kind of like a horror film. I actually got a book for it. I'll show you guys the book because I love this book so much. I'm showing, but yeah. So this is Crimson Peak. This is actually by Guillermo del Toro. I love Guillermo del Toro's work. Like he always like does like these really fascinating like things like with horror films and stuff. And this was like a really like interesting one. And I went the last night like that it was out, I went to the movie theater by myself, and I'm so glad I did because like I would not have like I loved seeing it like in the big screen. I was hooked the whole time. I don't know if you guys have seen like, you know, like Crimson Peak, but this is like another movie that I love. I do have like a lot of movies like that I love, and this is just happens to be one of the movies that I absolutely adore. So definitely recommend this one, guys. And papers. So and papers are just so pretty, and it's like a twisted past and like, you know, darkness and everything else. So I love I just love pretty books. So I just really love pretty books. If you guys like want a full tour of like that book, like I kind of like took some pictures like on my Instagram account, and I did scroll through like the book like a little bit better. It gives like a better picture of it, because like the webcam I don't feel like is very clear. This is about as clear as it's gonna get. So anyway, wow, it is 12:07. Dang, guys. I don't want to get off of here. Are you guys still good? Like, are you guys going strong, or are you guys getting tired? You guys still want to hang out for a bit? Or like, are you guys like ready to call it a night? Because we've been at this for 4 hours. You guys have been awesome. I was just wondering like where you guys are at, like with, you know, energy and stuff. I got my liquid energy here, so that's awesome. Okay, I'm here then. So the other question is do you guys like want to see more of this in the future? Because if you guys like me doing live streams, um, I will do more of these in the future, and you guys can like come hang out with me some more. Um, like this is like my first time doing a live stream, like I said earlier, and like I'm really loving this because it's like I get to talk to you guys like and give you guys like, you know, like consistent like, you know, discussions and stuff, and it's so nice. Um, you know, in the future I would be so like willing to have like you guys like, you know, like do like chats with me like on here too, like because this is just great. I mean, it'd be nice like to have like group chats and stuff. But if you guys are interested like in, you know, like seeing like this in the future, let me know. If you guys like are interested in joining me in the future, like we could definitely do that. I am definitely like interested in doing that, and you know, like hanging out and stuff, because like this is great. um I've been like I'm probably we're probably like all like in the same boat, but like I've been like, you know, I mean I talk to like a lot of people like online, but it's always like nice to have like that face-to-face interaction, and I don't feel like you always like get like that, like, you know, like through chats and stuff like that. So it's kind of like nice sometimes like when you can see another person's face. And now that I know how to do live streaming, like I can do like this more often. So whatever like if you guys are interested, let me know. But thank you so much, April. You go get some good sleep, all right? Thank you so much for hanging out with me for like 4 hours. This is great. Yeah, we should definitely do like more live streams. April and Dragon, like you guys have been like awesome like tonight, you know, like come in like and hang out with me for like the full 4 hours. Like this has been like really intense, but it's great. If like in the future, if you guys like want to do like a group chat like on here, like you're more than welcome to join me. So it's a lot of fun. It's nice like that we have so much to talk about too. So much like there's so many like things like going on, like, you know, and even yes, I love like the fact like that we get like real reactions like though. It's nice like to have that. Yes, we do. We definitely need more group chats. Yes, and we don't have to rely on emojis like if we're able to see each other's faces, like we kind of like know how we're responding. So, when I took English too, like back like in college, like there was a saying like that kind of stuck with me, and it says the median is the message. And what they mean by that is like sometimes you know like you can get like you know like things can be kind of distorted like through messages and like so like with you know messaging like you know it's a lot harder like to see somebody's reaction, see their tone, and you know tone and reaction like are a huge thing like when you're talking dialogue. And they were talking like about that, but they were also like you know discussing like things like you know like how somebody communicates with you like it's kind of like a big deal too, which obviously like that's like not like what I'm getting at here, but like I don't know, like it had like a lot of like implications to it, but it was such a great saying like, and I refer to it back, refer back to it like mentally like quite frequently, like the median is the message. I think that's such an important saying. But that was my English 2 class in college. um so I feel like it's really important. But so I'll probably go like on like this for like another 5 or 10 minutes or so, because like I actually am losing steam. I feel it like very slowly. My brain stopped functioning like about an hour and a half ago. So exactly, like right. Dragon said words are only half the communication, which is totally true, because I think a relationship like you know would be like totally like the perfect example for this, because like let's say like you're dating somebody and they choose not to like, I mean, okay, like COVID aside, of course, like we're not getting into that, but like um basically like let's say like you know like we are talking to somebody like long term, and then like you also have like you know like how like they interact with you, how they choose to interact with you. Let's say like you never hang out with them, like you know being like in a relationship and stuff, and all they want to do is text you, or like you know see I'm an old fashioned person, like I actually prefer like phone conversations to texting. Although like that has shifted like a little bit, like I'm more used to texting like now than I used to be, but I still really like phone conversations because then I can hear the person's voice, and to me like I feel like I get more of a connection like with phone conversations. So, you know, I mean, I guess it's like a lot, I guess like the median is the message can also be like a lot different too. Like if you're like online a lot, because like, you know, it's just a whole different thing. But all right. Yes, it definitely explains like why we talk to cameras. Yeah, I think voice like I feel like hearing voices is like so nice, like though, because like if tone makes such a big difference. Like it's hard to hear sarcasm in a text. It's hard to hear like insincerity in a text. It's hard to see like, you know, like facial reactions. And sometimes, you know, like it's like I don't know, like there's so many things like that you can't do, you know, like on texting, like that you can do in person. And I mean, like I feel like what it really comes down to is like connection and everything, you know? So, but yeah, I don't know. Um, so I really like, I don't know. I'm kind of like going like over like, have any of you guys started like making your TBR pile like for next year? Because I feel like I have. I feel like there's stuff like that I know like I'm not going to get to this year, and I feel like I'm just like waiting like on you know like I'm just like gonna like read as much as I can like you know like that I want to get to like immediately, like, and then like what was it, Brandon Sanderson's like the Stormlight archive, like I'm actually planning on getting like that hopefully early like next year, because I have so many things that I want to read that I have not progressed like beyond, like I have not I've actually progressed like beyond like this year into next year about like already starting to make reading plans for next year. So there's just there's just so many things coming out, and there's so many like more things that I want to read, and it's just you know so many things to do. So Dragon says I need to send you my library file or take a pic. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. I want to know like what you're currently like reading or wanting to get to, or anything. So yeah, that sounds about right too. And it seems like every time a new book comes out, like like you add to that, and it's like it's so hard to keep, like, I mean, you can't. I don't feel like you could ever like really keep up like with like how much stuff like you want to read versus like how much stuff's coming out, because yeah, there's just too much. And like I feel like that's also like relevant to like with TV shows and a lot of other things. Man. So actually, like, this has been like a really fun birthday. So usually I don't do anything for my birthday. Like I'm actually not a huge fan of my birthday. Like, so um Dragon says I have yet to read Sanderson. Sanderson's awesome. I really love his stuff. Even the audiobooks are really good. Like if you're like, wanting to consume his audiobooks, like those are really good too. Uh, I really love Elantris is like his very first book, but like I started with his very first book, so like I really like Elantris. Warbreaker, like it's also like really interesting. Like one of the reasons like why um I love Brandon Sanderson so much is he has like all of these really amazing, unique magic systems. So Dragon says, what if he doesn't live up to the hype? So I wouldn't expect a ton from Elantris, and I wouldn't expect a ton like Warbreaker. Like don't get me like wrong, like they're both really, really good books, but I don't feel like that's like where a lot of the Brandon Sanderson hype comes from. I feel like a lot of the Brandon Sanderson hype comes from his Mistborn trilogy, like his original Mistborn trilogy, and also his Stormlight Archive. And like if you're like looking like at the hype like surrounding Brandon Sanderson, like those are the things, like those are the books like that really hype him up as an author. So if you're like looking for like the hype books, like definitely like do yeah, Mistborn's, hey Dustin, been a while. Mistborn probably best starters. Yeah, Mistborn is probably definitely like best starter. So I was different. Like I actually started with Elantris. Like I wanted to start like where his first publication happened and then like work my way up to Mistborn, because I knew Mistborn was probably going to ruin me. Thanks, Dustin. Appreciate it. um, but Mistborn, like I felt like was really going to ruin me. So, and it did, like actually, because like I went into as soon as I finished Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson, I went into a fantasy slump for like 2 months after I read it, and all I wanted to read after that was contemporary, because I just didn't feel like anything would ever live up to Mistborn. And as far as like the hype concerning Mistborn goes, it's not in the first book. Like the hype with the Mistborn is not in the first book. The first book is really good and it sets everything up, but like the second book, like which is the Well of Ascension, is really good, and then the Hero of Ages, which is the last book, will absolutely blow your mind. Like it is incredible. I still have not gotten to the Stormlight Archive. I know like they're coming out with a fourth book like here in November, and I'm really looking forward to that because that's just more like for me to binge like when I get around to it. Now Elantris is really interesting. It's really like I felt like it was a really good starter because like it allowed me like to work my way up to Mistborn. And then like I read Warbreaker, which was even better, in my opinion, because you have Nightblood. Nightblood is like this sword that is really funny, and it's so much fun. I really, really, I loved Warbreaker is so good. Um, Yeah, actually, Brandon Sanderson does excel at epic endings. What's also like really great about Brandon Sanderson as well is the fact that you have an author who can write standalones, and make it feel like it's a standalone book, but also like he like stuff that you wouldn't have thought of like in his previous books, he ends up sewing up in his later books, like if it's a series, which I absolutely love that about him, because like he leaves you wanting, but he doesn't leave you in agony, which is really hard for an author to do, because there's so many like books like that, if you don't have like the full series, like you're left in agony, which I can think of a few series like that I'm kind of struggling like with right now that I don't have the full series to, that I'm in agony for. um but I mean, like, that's like why, like, if a Brandon Sanderson book comes out, I'll read it almost immediately, like, if I can, because you don't have to worry about it. Yeah. It's so nice. Um, that's probably like one of the other reasons like why Brandon Sanderson's like one of my favorite all-time authors, because like he can write a standalone book and make it, but it be part of a series. Like it feels like a standalone, but it's like part of a series. And like if it's a second, like in a series, like he'll kind of like reference stuff like in the previous book, but like when he ends it, he sews up like a lot of like the little things like that happen during like that particular book. But there's always like, especially like in a series, like there's always like smaller like details, and like there's bigger details, and the bigger details are the ones like that are always sewed up in the last book. So I feel like he does such a good job like with like incorporating like all these details. Um, so his character development, I would say, is actually really good. Now, after I read Joe Abercrombie's the First Law trilogy, like nothing is ever going to compare like to that kind of character development. Of course, like, so we're not talking like Joe Abercrombie like level character development, because I don't feel like anything can live up to that kind of character development. But I do feel like he does a really good job with characters. Um, Now, because like he is more focused like on the magic systems and stuff, I don't feel like it's like contemporary like level character development, but like it's enough for like for you to feel like you know them and care about them, which I feel like is enough like to really experience the story anyway, because like you have to have a character like that, you know, like that you care about in a story, like in order like to really love it. So I feel like he does enough, you know, like a little bit beyond enough for that. So I know, like ever since I read Joe Abercrombie's like the First Law trilogy, like I now compare every single thing to that kind of character development. John says, have you read R.A. Salvatore? I actually have not read anything by R.A. Salvatore at all. I know his most recent book, I think it's like something about God's Crying. I forgot like what it's called exactly, but I know that book like didn't get very good ratings, but I know a lot of his older stuff, which is a lot of Dungeons and Dragons based books. I don't know if you're talking about those. Um, I know like a lot of those books like are big on with R.A. Salvatore. Dragon says that she has read the first two Dritz books. Okay, that series that you're talking about is in fact Dungeons and Dragons. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't actually read like much by I actually haven't read anything by R.A. Salvatore, but I know he's very popular like in the world of Dungeons and Dragons, like as far as like Dungeons and Dragons stories. But past like that, I really am not very familiar with R.A. Salvatore. I actually really like Dungeons and Dragons. I don't get to play it a lot. I haven't played it like in a long time, but I was always a mage. I like the power and stuff, so um there's Bard, there's let's see, oh god, there's actually quite a few. We have human, non-human, and then we have different classes. Because you can be like with you can be an elf. They have orcs, they have dwarfs, they have humans. Like they have like a lot of different classes, and then you can also be in a lot of different races, and then you also can pick your race and your class. And then like for classes, mages is a class, so like you can have you know, like bards, which are actually like also kind of spellcasters, but like they use music, and like they're actually like really great to have on your team because like they can do all kinds of crazy shit. So I really like that about the bards. Because like one of my friends actually played a bard like a long time ago, and it was so awesome for Dungeons and Dragons. Like I really liked that. And then let's see what else. There's also let's see, we have a rogue. We have a rogue. You can tell like how long it's been since I played, because like I can't think of all of the characters off the top of my head. But okay. Yeah, Sanderson's really good. I definitely recommend him. He's one of my all-time favorite authors. He actually writes like a wide variety. He has middle grade stuff too. Oh, I didn't hear about that, Dragon. Dragon said D&D has recently come under the fire for black elves being evil characters. I wonder, that makes me like wonder too, because World of Warcraft has dark elves also, but I'm not sure like if I wonder if they came under like the same kind of fire like that D&D did for dark elves, and because I'm not really sure. I don't play World of Warcraft either, but healer, yes. Okay, guys, humor me for like I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes again. I need to take another 5 minute. Okay, um, so I think that's true. Okay. I'm going to take 5 more minutes and then I will be right back and I will be refreshed and ready to go for a little bit more, okay? All right, so I will be right back. Hello. Hey guys. All right, let me get caught up like with what the comments were. Hmm. Hello. I've heard of Ark actually. Like, I know somebody that plays it quite a bit and he loves it. Um, I've never personally played it myself, but I know like that it's very, very popular among the people that do play it. Another one of those building games, which I think is really awesome because like I don't know, sometimes it's just like nice to build stuff. Yeah, I heard the Final Fantasy one's really, really, really good. Nope, not at all. Like that's like why we're all here. Like we're here to hang out and talk. I actually like I haven't played I play some video games, but yeah, playing video games is like a lot of fun. Like though, I do have a Nintendo Switch and I do like playing on that sometimes. But like so one of the my more recent games like for the Nintendo Switch. I don't know if you have a Nintendo Switch. It's kind of like crazy, but like I found it like very relaxing. It was Yoshi's Crafted World, so I really like that one. Okay, yeah, no problem, Dragon. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for like 4.5 hours. Like this is nuts, but thank you so much like for sticking with me. Really appreciate it. Love you too, Dragon. It's been great hanging. I'll have to do this again. I'm gonna have to do like another live stream again sometime. Thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out. But yeah, so I really do need to play like more video games though, because like I do like the time I play video games, but once again it's like so many books I want to read, so many TV series like I want to watch, and like so many video games I want to play. Okay, yeah, definitely. I'll definitely like try like next time I do like one of these, I'm gonna do like what I did like before, like I'm gonna announce it like earlier, like a few days before, so like that people like know like what time I'm gonna be doing this, because I want to make sure like that people like know. Like I tried like to make sure like like that a lot of my social media people like knew too. So like on different like like on Twitter and Instagram. So I'm gonna make sure like, but I mean this is gonna be up like for rewatch later, so I'm gonna definitely like post like this to my channel. But this is like a lot of fun. So I really do appreciate, you guys coming to hang out and stuff. Like it just means so much to me like that, like you guys came to hang out with me and all that. So I'm starting to lose my voice, so I'm probably gonna be getting off of here, but yeah. Um so I do have Discord, so like sometimes like I would play like online like on my Switch like with some of my friends, and like we would Discord like and talk like while we were playing, which was really awesome because it's like playing a board game but like over the phone. So which I really like. I used to like do like these things like where you got together like with a lot of my friends, like we play board games like late at night. I love board games, like there's like a lot of fun ones out there, and it's just like with everything going on, you really can't do that right now. Oh, no worries. Like I said, that's like why actually like why one of the reasons like why I wanted to stream for like so long, because like I wanted to make sure, because like I put up a poll on Twitter for like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and 11 o'clock, and it seemed like the majority of the people really like wanted it to start at 8 o'clock, but then like there was hardly anyone for 9, and there was a bunch of people for like 10 and 11. So I wanted to make sure like that I was on here like for a good amount of time, so like that people like could come in and out like as they please, because like that's pretty much like what this is, just hanging out, come and leave and go as you please. But yeah, I really love board games. I don't know if you've read the Dresden Files, but like when we were talking about like a D&D earlier, John, I actually like I was thinking of like there's actually like this tabletop game for the Dresden Files, because like the Dresden Files like is so expansive, like they actually have a kind of like a detective tabletop game for Harry Dresden. So I wasn't sure like if you were familiar with that, because you do seem like you're kind of familiar with them. Okay. Uh I've heard of that. I think I've actually heard of that before. For the awesome app called Tabletop. Yeah, that's what John said. I think I might have heard of that, but like I'm not very familiar with that because like I've only like heard about it in passing, I feel like. So I really don't know much about it. But I don't know, like I know like some people like that like to play tabletop. I don't get to do it enough, and I loved doing it because it's so great because like you get to kind of like create your own, like use your own imagination like to really create stuff, and it's a lot of fun, which I really love. Like being able to create, which is actually like one of the reasons like why I kind of like been thinking like about writing like my own stories and stuff, because like I kind of like want to get to that point like where I start like writing stuff, because I used to like write poetry and stuff and like play like around with that, and I kind of like want to write like more stuff because I love like the idea of like crafting your own world, and I feel like tabletop games like allow you like so much creativity. It's basically like the dungeon master like gives you like like the landscape, and then you kind of decide like what you want to do on that landscape, and I feel like that's so much fun. But yeah, it's like really difficult like though, because like so there is a delay on the speed. So it's kind of like in between everything. Like I am like kind of like just hanging out, like like making sure like that I don't miss anything like with talking to you. So like there's like a slight delay, like, and I guess like that's normal, like to have like a like 5 to 10 second delay when you're doing a live feed, which I didn't realize like that. It's actually kind of like a little bit nerve wracking, but like, whatever. I wish like that there wasn't so much of a delay. So I don't know. I guess I heard Dragon told me that was normal. So it's fine. It's perfectly okay. Like, I mean, you're hanging out, so I appreciate like the conversation. But I know like the delay can kind of like, like leave like a lot of gaps too. So, um, but I don't know. I'm probably getting to a point like where I'm probably gonna go ahead and get to bed here soon myself. And that's perfectly fine. Like, it takes a little bit of time sometimes to type, but that's okay. But I think I'm going to get ready to go to bed, John. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will be announcing probably like another like live feed at some time, like some point in the future, because I do really, I've really had like a great time with this. And I will let everybody know when that's going to be. But I appreciate, like you being here, like and hanging out, and it's been a lot of fun. So thank you so much for hanging out with me. If anybody like that stopped by like during like this feed, I really appreciate you all. Thank you guys so much. Um, but yeah, like I mean anytime like if you guys like are interested like in doing like any more of like this stuff like in the future, like contact me like on some of my social media. You guys can like let me know like whether or not you enjoyed this or not. This video will be up later for you guys to watch in full, because we covered so many topics like in the last 4.5 hours. It's been pretty wild. So all right, guys, good night, and thank you guys so much for joining me on my birthday. Like, this has been so much fun, and I will make sure that we do something like this again, maybe like during the holiday season, so that we can get together and just kind of chat and hang out and make check in with everybody. Okay, so thank you guys so much, and good night, and I love all of you. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Good night.